Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the Stroke Summit. I'm your host. My name is Anisha Nair Dhawan. The IHW Council is a not-for-profit organization that works towards creating awareness and advocacy to create a healthier world, with the core belief that health is a human right and not just an individual responsibility. The Council raises pressing concerns in the healthcare fraternity and engages with various stakeholders, be it policymakers, government officials, the industry, healthcare experts, academia, and civil society. Here is a video about the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council.
Human possibilities often get defined by our health, and diseases limit individual capacity to realize its full potential, despite having a rapidly growing economy. The 130 crore strong Indian population is facing critical health challenges. The lack of clean air, nutritious food, and drinkable water is contributing to increasing disease burden. The country faces the dichotomy of increasing prevalence of communicable and non-communicable diseases, with the majority being devoid of accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare. In the wake of a swelling disease burden and severely compromised health ecosystem, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council was formed as a think tank that concerns with health and well-being of human enterprise and existence, with the belief that holistic health gets defined by the way we live, think, move, and what we consume. The Council has worked towards many aspects of preventive, promotive, and curative health. Through many of its initiatives, IHW Council has ensured effective communication on a myriad of health subjects and has driven the health agenda through multi-stakeholder engagements. Through its first initiative, the India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, the Council has endeavored to amplify the discourse on essential of health, good food, good air, good water, and good medicine. While CSR Health Impact Awards focused on inspiring more health-focused CSR efforts, Ayushman Bharat Conclave witnessed experts deliberating upon the government's mega health initiative Ayushman Bharat. With the objectives of promoting research-based health education and upskilling of doctors, IHW Council put spotlight on the guidelines subject of continuing medical education. IHW Council has time and again taken up important issues with the larger public drive, such as the Good Air movement, through which it envisions to engage 50 crore people by 2025 and promote collective responsibility against air pollution challenges. The IHW Council initiatives have received the wholehearted support of the leading policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, innovators, health experts, celebrities, and influencers.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है.
Exceptional contribution to health space has also been recognized through such initiatives. These forums also received an overwhelming response from the industry. Several legendary brands have come out to support these efforts and have become the real change agents. In its efforts to make health a priority, IHW Council is committed to the making of a healthier India.
confused with heart attacks by common people. There is lack of clarity about cerebrovascular accident or stroke amongst the Indian population. In fact, you can see on the signage there, every 20 seconds somebody suffers a brain stroke. And stroke is one of the biggest reasons for disability in our country. It is estimated that the prevalence of stroke ranges from 44 to 559 per lakh people across different parts of the country. Given the grave situation, the healthcare workforce, from the first responders, paramedics, ambulance staff, primary healthcare professionals to hospital staff, remain untrained about the way to detect, manage, treat and rehabilitate stroke patients. The Stroke Summit, the inaugural session of the Stroke Summit, will get the conversation rolling on how to make India stroke ready. We would like to start the summit on an auspicious note, and I would request our esteemed dignitaries to please start this event by lighting the lamp, and we can start this entire program on an auspicious note. I would like to invite Shri Ramdas Athavale ji, the Honorable Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, Mr. Kamal Narayan Omar, CEO, IHW Council, Professor M.V. Padma Srivastav, Head Neuroscience Center, AIIMS, Delhi, and Professor Jayaraj Pandian, Vice President, World Stroke Organization, to please come forward to light the ceremonial lamp. The light of the lamp leads us from darkness towards light. The flame symbolizes wisdom and knowledge. Knowledge removes ignorance, just like the light removes darkness. Thank you all for initiating this auspicious beginning to the event as we gather to celebrate the positive and good work being done in the field of health, symbolized by the light, which dispels the darkness of ill health and disease. Thank you. I would now like to request Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council, to please give the welcome address and tell us why it is important for all healthcare professionals to talk about the risk and treatment of stroke in India. Mr. Kamal Narayan is an entrepreneur and a communication expert. He began his career in media with the Hindustan Times. After a 6-year stint in journalism, Kamal founded Teamwork Communication Solutions in 2009 and subsequently all of the IHW Council initiatives from 2014. Please welcome Mr. Kamal Narayan.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Union Minister of State for Social Justice, Sri Ramdas Athavale ji, Professor M.V. Padma, Head Neurosciences, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. Jayaraj Pandian, Vice President, World Stroke Organization, esteemed neurologists, neurosurgeons, stroke care professionals, experts from medical fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all from the bottom of my heart for coming this morning here to discuss an important issue and a disease area which has emerged as the second largest cause of death and disability. We at IHW Council aspire to build a healthier world and strongly believe that to achieve this, while we need to create an environment of preventive health for all, we also need to address the growing burden of diseases and especially the non-communicable diseases which is hampering our society. And I am happy that taking forward our continuous fight against all that hampers our health, today we have come together to discuss about a non-communicable disease which is actually creating a lot of damage, lot of distress on our society. The occurrence of stroke, which many times go undiagnosed or do not get the right treatment on time during the golden hour, devastates lives and families across the country, be it rich or poor, be it rural or urban, young or old. Though it's unfortunate that while we see a massive awareness, discourse, activism for many other non-communicable diseases such as cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, stroke does not get that kind of priority or attention. And the same attitude, and I would not say that is deliberate or intentional, but it might have not occurred to the policymakers, the media, the advocacy group to talk about this important issue. And also this might have been the reflection that the government of India's flagship, most appreciated, one of the most comprehensive scheme which promises healthcare, tertiary healthcare for poor, for half of our population, Ayushman Bharat, also has not covered this problem. Though my friend from NHA just informed me that it is actively being considered that it should be covered under the scheme, and part of it is already covered. But I believe we need a very, very comprehensive coverage for this problem as well. The intense, inattention towards stroke also gets reflected in almost negligible awareness about the disease, especially in rural areas, and lack of required infrastructure to provide emergency medical care to the stroke patient. I believe today's discussion will mark a beginning of a movement to make every stakeholder or all those who care for human health to act fast and make India not only stroke ready but stroke free. We at ISW Council promise you and would like to show our intention that we will continue this movement. We would be happy to take this advocacy forward and make sure that all that is needed from the policymakers, from the institutions, from the industry, from the advocacy, and from the media, we can advocate for that, we can demand for that, and we would, in the process, would like to make sure that no lives are lost and no abilities are lost for human being because of stroke. With this word, I would like to welcome you all again, and I look forward to see a very productive, thought-provoking, and enlightening discussions during the day, and to take that forward, those recommendations and those outcomes to the relevant authorities and the stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamal. We are very privileged to have with us Professor Dr. M.V. Padma Srivastava, Head, Neurosciences Center, AIIMS, Delhi. A Padma Shri awardee, Dr. Srivastava is known for pioneering acute stroke program COTRED, a medical initiative for supporting patients afflicted with epilepsy and stroke, incorporating hyperacute reperfusion strategies, including thrombolysis program. I would request Dr. Srivastava to please explain the current scenario of stroke in India. Please welcome Dr. Padma Srivastava. A round of applause for Dr. Srivastava, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Shri Athawale ji, our Honorable Union Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment, and Professor Jairaj Pandian, the Vice President of World Stroke Organization, Dr. Vineet Suri, who's the current President of Indian Stroke Association, and Professor Mahendirata, the Director of Janakpuri and past President of Indian Stroke Association, my friends and comrades in the fight stroke endeavor for this country, ladies and gentlemen. So what I would be talking today is not new to the stroke community. Amongst ourselves, we probably are in this dialogue almost every single moment of our lives when we are breathing and we are awake. But it would be an eye-opener to the friends who are from the media as well as from the ministry and others. Some of those things would be eye-opener. A lot of it has already been covered by Kamal and and some of it I know you are already aware of. So just taking it forward, that, sir, especially for you, we probably need some, solutions which are small and India-centric. And we as a country, we are known to be, jugaad savvy, isn't it? We probably need some kind of those because the problems are pretty big. So a lot of you would be aware, especially the media, that there have been these recent publications from the Indian Council of Medical Research, from the Ministry of Health, from the Public Health Foundation of India, along with the Health Metrics from Washington, D.C., who brought out this publication. This was in November 2017 in Lancet, which actually talked about the paradigm shift of what the country is facing over a period of 26 years. So what has been in the year 1990 to what's been in the 2016 is a whopping sea change. So there's a big shift from what was considered to be irrelevant in India, which included heart attacks, brain attacks, cancer, COPD, and what have you. They've actually taken a major chunk out of the whole health burden in the country. And when you're looking at the northeastern states, ladies and gentlemen, stroke is the #1 cause of death. It's overtaken ischemic heart disease, tuberculosis, and a whole lot of other things which most of us would be aware of. And these are the 7 states, 8 states in fact now, are afflicted with stroke as a #1 cause of death over and above heart attacks and cancer and everything else happening in this world, in our country. And even if you take the rest of the country, stroke is #2, right after ischemic heart disease. From the media, how many of you knew this, that this was happening in this country? Please give me an honest answer. I don't think you knew this. So there has been a sea change in the status of the health burden and the state-wise disease burden in our own nation, and we've really not been aware of it. And this publication was year 2017, and the quantum change has also been mapped out, and something at number 12 has gone up to number 5, which is more than 100% percentage of change as far as the cerebrovascular disorders are concerned. So we now have a dual challenge. We are hit with a double whammy. We continue to grapple with our air pollutions, our potable water. We continue to have these, every time we have epidemics of some variety of encephalitis and, tuberculosis, what have you. And we also have this growing burden of the non-communicable disorders, of which stroke is. It has a staggering, humongous stats when you look at it. It's already been mentioned that we have 1 stroke every 20 seconds, 1 stroke every 2 minutes, and that's just not it. We also have a fatality, which is pretty big, and the Daly's lost, which the Honorable Minister would also be interested in, that this is the biggest cause of disability that we have in the country. We are not talking of road traffic accidents. As a disease, which is the one which is causing the biggest disability in this country, it is stroke. And we'll have Professor Jairaj, who's been a champion against this, who will be talking to you in the next few slides. And the strokes are not happening to someone else. It's not happening to people who are old. They're happening to young people. We have a lot of literature. We have our own literature which has been published from our AIIMS as well, almost 1/4 of all strokes are happening in people who are younger than 40-45 years of age, and that's us. So it could be the next person, could be one of us, it could be one of our loved ones. So until we actually get our act together and do something about it, we could be the next victim. So let's take the case study. This I borrowed from Jairaj, my good friend. So and purposefully I put this middle age up there, because get out of this concept that the strokes are happening to people who are 70 and 80 years old, right? So you have a 50-year-old, he's a wealthy businessman, he's living in Delhi, he has an acute onset of hemiparesis, which is the most recognizable form of stroke. Recognizes it, the family knows it, rushes it into a tertiary care hospital. It's a well-oiled machinery of stroke management which is available there. He gets the clot-busting drugs, stat. Everything is just the way the doctor ordered. So he improves in 48 hours and he is fully independent. He's been what he was before the stroke had happened. That's a success story, and all of you would be aware and you agree with me that that's happening. But then you also have an even younger person who's just about 50 kilometers away from Delhi. He's a shopkeeper. Life is going on, suddenly has a right hemiparesis, he doesn't have a conveyance, has a local taxi, go to the district hospital, the CT scan doesn't function or there is no CT scan there, which remains a workhorse for stroke management. He's then told to go to a private hospital, goes there, gets a CT, spends a lot of money, comes back to district hospital, it's well over 2 hours, and then he's told, nothing we can do, he's told to be a good boy, stop smoking, take aspirin, go home. So he goes home with right hemiplegia, there's no one to look after, the wife looks after him, the son drops out of his 10th standard and looks after the shop. Isn't this a common story, please? I'm asking the media here, yes or no? No, well, that's a reality. And that's still happening all around us. There was a question asked to me once when I took up these proposals, went to the Ministry of Health, to the DGHS as well, and said, look, we need to tweak our stroke program. And they said, what is it that is not being done now that you need to do? Well, this is the reality. Strokes do improve. They improve 1% or they may improve 100%. That's what we need to do. We need them to improve as much as possible. We need to prevent disability. And what is the basic tenet in that? Time is brain. So you have such huge advances in stroke management now. In 6 minutes flat, you have these advances in neuroimaging, whether it's the CT-based or MR-based, you know if it is a stroke, the stroke mimic, what kind of stroke? Is it because the clot is there? It is a blood vessel which is blocked or a blood vessel which is ruptured? Which vessel is blocked? Can you open it by giving intravenous? Do you have to go into the vessel and take it out? What are the chances of recovery? What is the chance of a recurrence of stroke? What is going to be the outcome and disability? All this information you're going to get in 6 minutes flat. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going all around us. You need to get this information. You need to get this management percolated to the deepest recesses across the social, economic, geographic barriers across the country. Wouldn't that be the mandate of all of us as responsible citizens? Ayushman Bharat, we are all part of it. We are all part of the people who have to deliver that, right? So this is part of the, the advances we have. We have an angiography. We have all this available all around us. We probably have 200 MR machines in Delhi alone, and Delhi and NCR. So the guidelines as they exist, you have the only FDA approved and the DCGI approved drug for an acute ischemic stroke, which is the commonest cause of stroke, where there is a vessel which is blocked, you unblock it. It's no brainer. You need a plumbing job there, but that is the only FDA approved treatment for this. Carries with it a level 1 evidence. The earlier you treat, the better it is, because time is brain. Time lost, brain is gone. If you think you have all the money in the world, that you can be airlifted and go anywhere, no. The brain is extremely unforgiving. You need that treatment there stat. And that carries with it a grade A recommendation. The regimen is there. As strokeologists, all of us we know about it. And for Minister Saab, we also have the India-centric drug, which is also approved by DCGI. So 2 varieties of the clot-lysing drugs which are there. And there are these, humongous number of guidelines which have been done. But the most important thing is time remains the biggest factor, which is within which the patient needs to come to you. Once they come to you, you need to react in time. You have to be stroke ready. So you need more hospitals which are stroke ready. So the interventions which have in fact taken this paradigm shift from one of nihilism, from one of saying, okay, he's a 70-year-old man, has a hemiplegia, so what? So let's pray to God, feed him aspirin, control his blood pressure. If he's smoking, stop smoking. Now that's the end of the story? No way. So the ones which have moved, are kind of thinking from that of nothing can be done to an aggressive mode where irrespective of what time the patient is come to you, that you can make a difference. Get him back into useful memory, integrate back into the social fabric of a society is what the stroke management is all about today. Ladies and gentlemen, the stroke care pathways have changed. It's time that we realize about that, and the interventions which have actually contributed to that is the management of a patient in a stroke unit, which is, again, it's no rocket science. It's dedicated people who know what's happening, deal with it, and deal with those early complications, prevent them. Everything else, but I guess thrombolysis is essentially the game changer in getting your acute stroke care pathways. A lot of it has happened now. We can take the clot out. We have gadgets to do that, and that is being done all around us. And what's happening in the real world, even in India, we have the hub and spoke models which are available, wherein you start the treatment, get on to a central station where you can complete the process of the stroke care pathway. Now, I'm not getting into a lot of it. One thing which we were India-centric is that when these guidelines had come, they said that you need these coagulation parameters, to be there with us within that narrow time window period of 3 hours, which was simply impossible in India. So even in the year 2005, we didn't wait for it. We went around it. We published this data, and now in the international guidelines, you don't need to get those coagulation parameters to instill. So India had been some kind of a pioneer even for the work, stroke care pathways even internationally. So this is, a little about the current status of what's happening within India. There is still a delayed arrival, as someone said, that people don't know about stroke. And let me tell this to media. Still the media says heart stroke and a brain stroke. There's nothing like a heart stroke. Stroke is brain. There's a heart attack and a brain attack. The lack of awareness of therapeutic options, and of course, the stroke-ready hospitals and economic affordability is something where we're trying to get these packages into Ayushman to make it more affordable across India. There are a lot of treatment gaps in India which have already been mapped out. And this is something which I've taken again, Jairaj had published this, that in the year 2016 with a 1.2 billion population, you actually have 40,000 people who need thrombolysis, and of which what is happening? Across India, if you're mapping it, this is what is there. Yes, Delhi NCR has almost 5% of thrombolysis data, but there are states where probably they have not even heard about even now. And though thrombolysis rates have gone exponentially after the role of Indian Stroke Association, after the role of several other, the stroke, champions who've been working, but still a whole lot of, the ground needs to be covered. So the enormous burden of stroke, where India is a prototype of the low and middle income countries, we share a lot of common risk factors. Yes, they cause heart attacks, they cause kidney disease, but the management differs. The management paradigms have to come in parallel. They need to be there, just like you have CCUs and management of heart attacks and your STEMI programs and your golden hour for trauma. Stroke needs to get integrated into it. And the, pre-hospital issues, awareness, and emergency ambulance services, it beats me. Delhi still doesn't have an ambulance service nationalized. But there are a lot of states which is functional. And so therefore, that's a really an optimistic way of looking at it, that we're going to get more states into that. But how do you bridge this gap? And how many neurologists are there? 2,300, and probably we'll be growing. But then for 1.3 billion populations, again, there's no brainer that stroke is not going to be managed by neurologists alone. You need stroke physicians. So we have got into the act. We did develop certain monkey-proof standard operating protocols, trained the emergency personnel at district level, and we mapped out those factors even when a patient reaches an emergency, what is happening in the triage system, why is there a delay? And we looked at that yes, patient doesn't know, yes, patient doesn't come in time, you have transport blues, you don't have an ambulance system. But then even after they reach an emergency door, there is still a whole lot which is desired upon, including big tertiary care hospitals like All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So appropriate triage in ED itself is an important, extremely important thing. We mapped out how you decrease the door to therapeutic, window periods. And in Himachal, we took up this in the year 2014. And 10 districts in Himachal Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen, have a district hospital which has a functioning CT scan. Train the emergency personnel of those. This was a top-down approach from the Chief Secretary Health of Himachal Pradesh. We trained them and we used a very simple WhatsApp model which we call the telestroke, which is totally cost-free. And this is how you transmit. There's a checklist like flying the plane. Is this there? Is it present? What's the BP? See the WhatsApp image. And we started thrombolysis by a remote control. And we published this already in 2016. It's a successful model. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is free of cost for the state of Himachal Pradesh, thanks to both the state as well as the central NPCDCS program. This has also been published in the International Journal of Stroke from India as the low-cost telestroke model. And all the components of the stroke unit care have been mapped out, and this has also been replicated in the states of Punjab, where Jairaj and Dheeraj have been the architects for Punjab, taken to Tamil Nadu, to Rajasthan, to Uttar Pradesh. Professor Dayasagar is sitting here, who's a physician who's actually involved in this program. He'll be talking about it. This is, ladies and gentlemen, a running program. But then we are looking at 6 states, 7 states, Kerala, probably 8 states. We have to go beyond that. How do we do that? So we've mapped out what can be done at a primary, secondary, and a tertiary level. Almost everything can be done even at a secondary level. Your primary stroke care pathway, till you come to, getting into the artery and taking the clot out, everything can be done at a district level. All you need is a workhorse, which is a plain CT scan, and a know-how, and a trained physician, and the attitude to deal with those patients. It's at the primary health center level, a wellness clinic, that you have the prevention model and the awareness model. So, in the NPCDS program, we took up this program in Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh. We had a lot of awareness issues which went on. At that time, NCD, mission directors, but then it's a work in progress. That's all I could say. Stroke units turn chaos into order. This is something which definitely is possible, plausible, and we push for it. Mobile stroke units, Jairaj, myself, and we were all involved in that. From the Indian Council of Medical Research, there are 2 of them which have been, sanctioned for the northeast part of India. That's again a work in progress. Lot of risk factor screening, part of awareness, lot of stroke apps have been developed. You have Dr. Mohan here who would be talking about the stroke app, and probably we will have a grand entry into the World Stroke Organization soon. Vinit would do that. And so we have, even Himachal has a stroke app. Dheeraj has a great stroke app which has been sanctioned, and he probably has already one going on. And the rehabilitation, this is the last part of my talk. You can have a case study. You know this. This 62-year-old man, he's had a right hemiparesis. So he wasn't home then, he started to walk with support. He was discharged, like it happens. You can't keep these patients forever. There's no rehab at home. So what happens? He develops stiffness, contractures, because there's no way you can get a disabled patient back to the hospital every single time. Rehab is extremely expensive. It's 400 rupees per hour, which you're aware of. How do you get this done? Rehab is a huge issue, isn't it? So we've got amalgamation of holistic medicines, Indian systems of medicine, into this GAMO, which is by systems which are much more accessible, available, affordable, and more importantly, that is what the community is also happy to do with. So you have both Ayurveda, you have homeopathy, more importantly, the the system of getting them back into a disability-free mode. So we are amalgamating systems into it. In this process, we have a lot of studies which are ongoing with Department of Science and Technology and the ICMR. We've done pilot studies or even on stem cells. I think that's another area where India has actually almost pioneered. We've had stem cells, we have stem cell facilities in AIIMS, and these are our studies, both mesenchymal stem cells, monologous, the mononuclear stem cells. And this is one of those, the functional MRI scans, which actually shows that before stem cells and after stem cells, this is a visual analog to, get you that impact. High-end science, which includes the diffusion tensor imaging and mapping out the tracks, and I'm not talking out of my hat. These are all published strategies. There are a lot of questions for stem cells, but then that's something also that India has almost pioneered in. And there are a lot of non-invasive brain stimulation techniques, all this with the IITs, which are also there in our own country. This is something which we have with IIT Delhi. There's something which would happen with IIT Mumbai. So these are the exoskeletons which are very, very expensive outside. They actually are almost to the tune of 2.5 crores. And we've developed this exoskeleton for 350 rupees. So that's what I'm talking about as Jugaad. You can use your science, your brains, and make them India-centric. And this is a censored glove, which is also being developed now. So all this, essentially, ladies and gentlemen, never ever give up on your stroke patient. There's a whole lot of ground to be covered. And all of us, whether we are stroke people, neurologists, physicians, we are stroke nurses, we stroke rehab people, and prevention, media, ministry, IHW. Now you are a new partner into us. I'm so happy to listen to what Kamal was saying. So all of us have this as a goal to make India stroke ready and probably ultimately makes India stroke free. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Padma Srivastava. Really, that presentation was an eye-opener, and we congratulate you and your team for coming up with innovations to help people in the inner parts of the country. Now, I would like to invite on stage our esteemed guest and request them to please come on stage. I would like to invite Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council, to please come on stage, and would request him to also accompany our chief guest onto the stage. We are very honored to have with us Shri Ramdas Athavale ji. I would like to warmly invite him on stage. He's the Honorable Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, the Government of India. And we are very honored and privileged to have him with us. I would also request Professor Dr. M.V. Padma Srivastava, the Head Neurosciences Center, AIIMS, and Professor J. Raj Pandian, Vice President, World Stroke Organization, to please come on stage and join our dignitaries on stage. I would request Mr. Kamal Narayan to please welcome our dignitaries with a small gift as a token of our appreciation for coming here and sharing with us their time and experience. A gift for the Honorable Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri Ramdas Athavale ji. A round of applause, please. A gift for Professor J. Raj Pandian of the World Stroke Organization. And a gift for Dr. M.V. Padma Srivastava. We are very honored and privileged to have with us the Honorable Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, the Government of India, Shri Ramdas Athavale ji. I would humbly request Shri Ramdas Athavale ji to please come to the podium and address the audience on this very critical issue of stroke care and management in India. Please welcome the Honorable Minister with a round of applause.
My dear friends and sisters, the Stroke Summit, many doctors and many activists are also present here. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Everywhere there is a brain stroke. 2019 election, Narendra Modi gave the big stroke, and Modi's mission was opposition rule. So this summit is also a very important summit. And brain stroke is also a very serious thing. You have seen that every 20 seconds, one stroke is also there. And every day, many people are also affected by this brain stroke. Mr. Kamal Narayan Umar, CEO of IHV Council, Dr. M.E. Padma, Head Neurologians Center, AIMS, Dr. Jairaj Pandian, Vice President, World Stroke Organization, Dr. Vinny Suri, President, Indian Stroke Association, the members on the dais, experts from the medical community, media, personals, and public health experts. I was delighted to be invited to the important summit because stroke is the leading cause of the disability in India. And the subject is very close to my heart and to my ministry. Over to our disabilities population is, as per 2011 census, 2,67,557,000. The peoples are disabled peoples in all over India, which is nearly 2.1% of the total population. With over 20 lakh people affected by speech disabilities and 54 lakh affected by movement disabilities. Many affected are from poor families and from other families also, and cannot access rehabilitation as rehabilitative care is still expensive in India and not many provide these services. It is for this reason that stroke needs to be prevented and stroke care needs to be given to affected people as quickly as possible for those unfortunates who are affected by stroke-related disabilities. The Ministry, through its various policies, is trying to extend insurance, rehabilitative care, and promote education and awareness for an inclusive society. Some of those initiatives by the Ministry have resulted in skill training, getting financial support, assistance for purchasing, fitting of support aids or appliance, Accessible India scheme, implementation of persons with disabilities, and so on. The Department of Therapeutics is looking at increasing availability of physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and other rehabilitative care services to the special blind. I thank ISW Council, you all, for having me here, and especially to Mr. Kamal Narayan. I would advise him to keep fighting for good health for all Indians. We will provide any support that the initiative needs, and we can deliver. And Ministry of the Social Justice and Empowerment. My ministry is also supporting the disabled peoples. But today's summit is, there should not be the disability. Before the disability, there should be some treatment. And I have seen that many doctors, many people, accidentally there is a brain stroke, and that many people are disabled about that brain stroke, and many people are died immediately. This is also a very serious thing in India, not only in India but in the world also. And therefore, the brain stroke, before the brain stroke, there should be something, a good treatment. But I have seen that many patients, there is a brain stroke, and within about 1 hour and a half hour, the people are died. And this is also a very serious thing for our health. And therefore, this summit is also very important summit. And we can't finish the disability, but the percentage of the disability should come down. And therefore, my ministry, the Social Justice and Empowerment, my ministry, the Sugamya Bharat Yojana is also there. My ministry is also giving many equipments to disabled people. The therapy training is also there. And the last 5 years, our ministry was distributed near about 14 lakh people. The ear machine, wheelchair, computer, braille lipi sahitya, and mobile, and artificial feet and hand. Means our ministry is also supporting. And there is a special secretary to our ministry for the disability, and therefore our government is also aware. Our government is also very serious to support the disabled peoples, and therefore I am very happy to participate in this very important summit. And this is also very important stroke summit, and therefore I will be commit to help to your organization. And for this your mission is also very important mission. and therefore you submit one memorandum to my ministry, to Health Ministry also, and definitely behalf of my Narendra Modi's government. Narendra Modi's government is for you. Narendra Modi's government is always supporting to you. You know that there is one Ayushman Bharat Yojana, and in 1 year for one family we are giving 5 lakh rupees, and for the operation, for the treatment of the persons, and therefore our ministry is also fully supporting to all the disabled people, and therefore I am not going to take over more time, but this is also very important summit, and the whole day you are also discussing here about this brain stroke, and definitely our Kamal is our good friend, and he is also always organizing this function, and some functions I was attended, and last 4 years I am the minister in the social justice and empowerment. Narendra Modi has given me the chance second time in his ministry, and on behalf of my Republican Party of India, I am one of the ministers in the Narendra Modi's government, and any time you come to my office, definitely I will help you. Thank you very much. Jai Bhim, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Athavale ji, for your words. Definitely, a growing country like ours can ill afford the disability that comes because of stroke, and we hope the government and the private healthcare professionals will innovate and collaborate to take this problem head on and come up with good solutions. I would request Mr. Kamal Narayan to please present the Honorable Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri Ramdas Athavale ji, with a small token of our appreciation for coming here and sharing with us his experience and his words here at the Stroke Summit. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here and sharing with us your words. Big round of applause for our Honorable Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, the Government of India. He has pressing meetings and he has to leave, but we are very grateful to him for coming here and sharing with us his words and his experience. Now, we've heard Dr. Padma Srivastava lay out for us what the situation is when it comes to detecting, treating and managing stroke patients in our country, and the picture that she has painted is an alarming one. We are very happy that AIIMS has taken the initiative to come up with innovations to reach people in remote areas of Madhya Pradesh and other states. I would now like to request Professor Jayaraj Pandyan, Vice President, World Stroke Organization, to please come on stage and give us his presentation. Professor Pandyan is the Principal and Professor of Neurology at the Christian Medical College at Ludhiana, Punjab. He is also the Vice President of the World Stroke Organization. I would request him to please share with us what are the best practices worldwide when it comes to management and treatment of stroke. Please raise your hands and welcome Professor Pandyan.
Good morning. I'm not going to take much time, probably 5 to 7 minutes. I'll run through the global burden of stroke and also from World Stroke Organization's perspective, what can be done in all countries, particularly low and middle income countries. So this is a 2013 data from Global Burden of Disease. There is a stroke working group, and the 2013 figures is about 26 million stroke survivors, and 70% of them were ischemic stroke, and 6.5 million deaths from stroke. And the incident strokes were about 10.3 million new strokes. And 75% of the deaths from stroke and 80% of the DALYs lost was from LMICs. And according to 2013 data, there has been a 42% reduction in stroke incidents in developed countries and 100% rise in stroke in LMICs. The recent 2016 GBD data, the incidence is about 15 million in a year globally, which is increased, and the prevalent strokes is about 80 million in a year. Death, there is some reduction in death, but it's about 5.5 million in a year, and DALYs is 116 million. The Indian data, Dr. Padma just gave us overview. The incidence is about 119 to 145. This is across India, it's almost same, but in rural India, it's very high. We recently completed a Ludhiana rural population-based stroke registry. It was 210 per 1 lakh population. And also figures of mortality from rural India, place in Maharashtra, Gadchiroli, it was 194 per 1 lakh population in those 54 villages that they screened stroke. 1 in 7 patients, 1 in 7 deaths in those villages were due to stroke. About 13% of the deaths occurred due to stroke. And Dr. Padma showed a figure in the Northeast India, stroke is the leading cause of death. And the case fatality rate varies from 22 to 42%. Gaps. One is the pre-hospital care, awareness. For that, you need to have a public awareness. Public awareness of stroke is very poor. There are many concerted efforts by many organizations, Indian Stroke Association, World Stroke Organization, to raise the public awareness of stroke. And even if they recognize stroke, how would they reach the hospital? There are many ambulance services available in the country, 108, 102, but with the amount of traffic, how will the patients reach? It's a great challenge. And then thrombolysis, the evidence-based treatment, within 4.5 hours, IV TPA, and then within 24 hours in best centers, endovascular treatment with mechanical thrombectomy. So within 24 hours, we can offer acute stroke treatment, but again, patients have to reach on time. The stroke treatment has to be delivered in an organizational setup called stroke units, stroke care services. It is not a standalone program. So it has to be multidisciplinary, where emergency department, the radiology, neurology, if there are no neurologists, is a physician, neurosurgeon, and rehabilitation doctors. So it's a comprehensive services we need. And then, of course, rehabilitation once they have a stroke. So World Stroke Organization has come up with a roadmap to deliver quality stroke care across all income level countries. This pyramid, at the tip is advanced stroke care services, in the middle is essential stroke care services, and the bottom is the minimal health care services. And to these three healthcare infrastructure, we can incorporate the continuum of stroke care, that is starting from pre-hospital and recognition and transfer of the patients to the stroke-ready hospital where CT scan is available, and at each continuum of care, each point in the continuum of care, what are essentials? So if it is a primary health center, what is essential? If it is a secondary health care level, what is essential? And in an advanced tertiary care, what is essential? So all these evidence-based treatment in the entire continuum of care is given in the stroke roadmap. If anyone wants to start up a service at a district level hospital, you have everything here. And not only that, you can monitor the performance. There are quality measures inbuilt into this roadmap. And you can assess after 6 months, and then if you want more funding, you can take that information to the policymakers and you can further develop the program. So this is the Global Stroke Services Framework published in 2016 and announced by World Stroke Organization. It has been widely used across the country, and the Indian Stroke Guidelines and the Government of India's Stroke Guidelines, a lot of things have been incorporated from this particular WSO's roadmap. So with this I conclude, and by the end of this day we should have an integrated approach to tackle stroke in our country, and so that we have many stroke ready hospitals. We have to work together with WSO, Indian Stroke Association, Government of India and private sector hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pandian, for taking us through what's happening around the world when it comes to stroke management. We are grateful to you for sharing this knowledge with all of us here. We will now have a video message from Dr. Rajshekhar Reddy, Director Neurology, Max Hospital, Saket. Please watch.
I'm Rajshekhar Reddy. I'm a neurologist working with Max Hospital in Saket in New Delhi. Stroke is a very common problem in India. It is synonymous with brain attack. Unfortunately, this is not a fact that everybody knows, and most people think that strokes have something to do with the heart, which is not entirely true. A brain attack is a disabling disease of the brain due to either bleeding or clotting in the brain, which paralyzes patients and makes them disabled pretty much for life if they do not lose their lives. So it is something that is happening every day, and we see millions of people in our country being affected by this. And one of the problems this happens is because of the lack of awareness. In our country, there is not enough awareness about the treatment options that are available for such situations, which can prevent such mishaps from happening and from people being incapacitated their entire lives. The burden of disease is not only on the patient who suffers the condition, but also on the entire family, both economically as well as emotionally. They suffer for years and years. So it is important for all of us to create awareness about this condition among the public, among people who are players in the healthcare industry, as well as people who make decisions regarding the healthcare policies of the country. Initiative like the Stroke Summit today, which is happening, will ensure or be the first such pathway for people to get together and take more firm action so that people with this disease can be helped in the future and the families can also be helped. So this is a great initiative which has happened for the first time in our country, and the best thinkers of our country who can make decisions to help people out. This includes not just doctors but people in the government and other responsible citizens who have the power to ensure that we can do the best for our country and prevent this disabling disease from killing and maiming people forever.
We will now move on to the second session of the day, where we're going to examine the government's perspective of stroke care in India. Now, stroke is an inherent part of the government's efforts towards reducing the burden of disease and disability in the country. But when it comes to the stroke deaths, of the 6.5 million deaths that happen due to stroke worldwide, nearly 2/3 of them happen in developing countries. In India, studies estimate that the incidence of stroke population varies from 116 to 163 per lakh population population. Given this context, how well are government agencies prepared to manage the stroke patients and their rehabilitation, and how can this be improved further? This is what we are going to discuss in this session. For this, I would like to invite on stage our speakers in this discussion. Please welcome on stage Dr. Jagdish Prasad, Principal Consultant to the DGHS. Dr. Jagdish Prasad was awarded the Padma Shri by the Government of India in 1991 in recognition of the pioneering work done for establishing and developing of the specialty of cardiothoracic and vascular cell at the Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi, and economizing the cost of cardiac surgery. Please also welcome on stage Dr. Jayaraj Pandian, Vice President, World Stroke Organization. Professor Pandian is the Principal and Professor of Neurology at Christian Medical College at Ludhiana, Punjab. We would also like to welcome on stage Professor M.V. Padma Srivastav, Head Neurosciences Center, AIIMS, Delhi. I think she just stepped out for a minute. We'll have her on stage soon. Please also welcome on stage Dr. Vineet Suri, President, Indian Stroke Association. Dr. Vineet Suri is a senior consultant neurologist and a stroke expert at Indraprasth Apollo Hospital, Delhi, with 26 years of experience. Please put your hands together and welcome our dignitaries on stage. Please also welcome Dr. Dheeraj Khurana, the Department of Neurology, PGI Chandigarh. Dr. Dheeraj Khurana is in charge of stroke program and Professor of Neurology at PGI MER Chandigarh. He is also the Vice President, World NCD. This session will be moderated by Dr. Bobby John. Dr. Bobby John has previously worked with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Global Health Advocates, and the Global Fund. So there he is. Please put your hands together for Dr. Bobby John.
How are you? All good.
And I'll now hand it over to Dr. Bobby John to take this conversation further.
Can I just ask you to push your seat just a little bit behind so that I can see him? Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Yusuf. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and hope everybody survived the early morning fog to be here. And is fully alive to whatever we are going to be having a conversation here with our esteemed panel. Thank you all for joining us here at this event and to be part of this panel. What we are focusing ourselves on right now for this session is to essentially understand what's the perspective from the top down, the situation on stroke in India. We've had two excellent presentations earlier on. I've had the privilege of hearing both of you. And so therefore, Dr. Prasad, you have a duality of roles here. You were inside DGHS. You were inside trying to set up one, having set up one of the finest early response setup in the cardiac care side. You're on the other side now as an advisor to the DGHS. What's the view from inside or from the top as to the situation of stroke? We've seen the change over the last 5 years of how strokes moved up from the teens in causes of morbidity mortality to very high up. And in the process, we've had a few policy shifts as far as health is concerned. We've seen a commitment to increase in expenditures. Where do you think stroke fits into that new, revised, improved version of health policy? And how do we see ourselves going forward? Yes, sir. The mic's alive. The mic is alive, sir.
Good morning to all of you. I think he asked from a cardiac surgeon to treat a stroke. As a government of India, see why the stroke should occur. That is our primary cause. So main four cause which we are tackling now is a behavioral changes. Behavioral changes means healthy diet. Don't allow the diet so much that it causes dyslipidemia. Don't allow diet so much that it causes obesity. And it allows the diabetics, mellitus. So diabetic, hypertension, lifestyle, physical activity, Government of India has started this program in 2010 in 10 districts. And then in 2012, we launched to all our country gradually. And so far, we have already covered about, out of 700 districts, about nearly 600 districts, this National Non-Communicable Disease Program. So stroke is one of the program where we are focusing mainly on prevention, first of all. Because if stroke doesn't occur, you will not require thermolytic therapies. So our primary job is to prevent it. And prevent it by treating the diabetic, prevent it by treating the hypertension, prevent it by treating the lifestyle, diet, and definitely preventing by the physical activity. Because these are the primary causes. There are other causes also which you cannot prevent it, is the age factor, gender factors, and family history. So Government of India has launched this program since long time back, and now it is all over the country. And I think I am just taking a word from telling all of you for just information that under Dr. Padma has put a project in the Himachal Pradesh where we use a smartphone to treat the patient of strokes. So what we have done and what we are doing now, that PSC, CSC hospitals has been made and district hospital has been made. I just spoke, and every district hospital has been added to a hub, to either medical college or a hospital where there is a neurologist are available who can advise them. And we have asked all the government setup that if these are the symptoms of strokes, like any change, like you have written, already you have written on the face, that face drooping, or arm, or there is no movement, there is a slurring of speech, few other symptoms which we have taught to them, that if they are there, you can get the CT done, the government will reimburse, the things will be replaced to the hub, to the district hospital, to the college, or wherever there is a neurologist, and they can advise to thrombolytic therapy, and it can be given at the lower level.
Right, sir. So what I'm picking up from what you're saying right now is this, and if I kind of did a 60-40 kind of a split on all that you've said, you're saying that the current government perspective and approach is largely prevention.
Yes.
You are looking at some of the early results from pilots done outside of the larger policy framework, like for example you've mentioned the Himachal effort or the Northeast efforts, and that is trying to be replicated. And that is fine.
No, I want to add one more,
yes,
which you don't know. Like Ayushman Bharat, which has been launched, the major fund to Ayushman Bharat goes to primary health center for prevention. Like 70% goes to fund for this.
I would probably challenge that, sir, because the 150,000 health and wellness centers that were supposed to be framed within the PMJAY Ayushman Bharat framework are still yet to happen. And so therefore, at this point in time, if we say that primary care is going to take care of the early strokes, I'm sorry, that's an ambition, but it's not quite there.
You misunderstood. See, our primary job, we have to prevent all the non-communicable diseases.
Fair enough. Point taken.
So unless we control this, how many patients we are going to a stroke change? Because I'm not telling that a stroke you don't treat. A stroke you must treat. That is why the project was given to Padma to conduct this in Himachal Pradesh, and she conducted successfully. And we have a full knowledge that by this app we are able to save so many patients of the disability. Right. So I am not going to confuse this with you that don't treat and don't discuss the stroke. But what I want to say that our country is a very large country, biggest country, and we cannot afford the tertiary care. We have to work at the primary preventive level and promotive.
Point taken. Thank you so much, sir. For 1/6 of humanity, the burden of prevention is definitely a big one, but the consequences of unprevented stroke is definitely a large one, and that cannot be wished away. And that's somewhere where I'd hope that there would be somebody else also from one of the state governments to be part of our panel who would have kind of said as to what's happening at the state level. But in the absence of that, let me turn to the clinicians first, and then I'll come to the organizations and associations. I have the World Stroke and the Indian Stroke Association sitting to my left and right.
And also the past president.
And the past president. Dr. Dheeraj, the vast majority of those that are unprevented or unpicked up, or whose journey towards that first stroke has not been intervened in, at this point in time, those numbers are pretty large and staggering as against the number of clinicians that are available. Where do you see the Ayushman Bharat framework? Where do you see the rest of the government public health infrastructure framework? Where do you see the rest of the non-public funded, out-of-pocket framework responding to this burgeoning number that's coming out?
That's quite a lot of questions to be answered, but I think the biggest thing which is happening is, and which needs to be done, is non-neurologists taking up the treatment. That's the first thing which, and it's already happening in Himachal, orthopedicians thrombolizing the first patient in Himachal. And in Punjab, it's already happened. We have only one neurologist in Punjab, but there are 7 hospitals and 5 more to be soon inducted in the government setup, and they're all being led by physicians. Chandigarh now, which is now set up for the last 6 to 8 months, and we've developed the StrokeNet Chandigarh in the last 6 months. So I've collaborated with Sector 16, which is a general hospital, and here again, there are just physicians. Now what needs is not just physicians, but motivation. Motivated, energetic physicians. That's what my experience has been, and it's a consistent experience. We've had few centers who are very motivated, and they go ahead with the learning, and they go ahead with building up their teams, and they are pretty consistent. We've had one physician, which I did introduce in the last meeting, who's even broken records of PGI. He's gone to thrombolize even more than 18 patients a month, which is huge, and he's a physician. Whereas we may have neurologists who may not have yet started to score, right, if I label that. So that's one thing. So talking of the funding issues, definitely I think now with the Ayushman Bharat having included, or is in the process of including, stroke treatments, it's still not included, I know, but once that happens, I think the inclusivity of a large population is a possibility. But before that, our infrastructure needs to be prepared. What if the patient goes to a hospital who does not have a stroke unit? Doesn't make sense.
Just to clarify, 2 things that you said. I mean, you mentioned one neurologist, Punjab, and so that sounded a little bit discordant in my head. Just clarify that, please.
In the government
setup. And so in the public health system, as far as Punjab is concerned, a population of what, about 26 million people?
26 million, yeah.
Right?
26 to 30 million.
One neurologist in the public health system is a little bit of a mismatch in terms of capacity to need. I just want to underscore that. And the second bit that you said was with Ayushman Bharat, with stroke not included in the package.
Stroke treatments, because what I understood for the Ayushman Bharat as it originally came in, it only had a cap of 5,000 rupees per day, which could never ever be fulfilled if the patient came with an acute stroke and you had to pay up front a certain amount of money.
It's a cap by other means. It's an exclusion by other means.
So packages have now been created for Ayushman where...
Sure. Just to have clarified that. So, sure.
Not Ayushman Bharat only. Recently, I tell you, we have reviewed the south state, and Tamil Nadu has already implemented the stroke program in all the district hospital, has been added to one medical college, and they are 100% success in preventing many strokes. So it is not the money from the Ayushman Bharat, because the money when is given under the NHM, National Health Mission, money is flexible. So they can, it depends upon the state how they want to use it. And we have given the guideline already of the treating the stroke and STEMI. A stroke and STEMI both, not only for the heart, brain stroke, but even for the heart attack where the ST elevation is there, they can treat it and thrombolize it. And this drug should be available to the district hospital.
Fair enough. And I'll asterisk that because I'll come back to that question a little bit separately.
I would agree with just one more.
very well, just
Sure.
30 seconds part of it, that in Ayushman Bharat, the package 1 which went in, didn't have neurology. So we did bring out that fact that neurology as a specialty didn't exist in Ayushman Bharat. So then they said that they'll take up in Ayushman Bharat, the next phase, phase 2. Before even phase 2, Jairaj and we were all part of the team which put in the packages for stroke as well as all the emergency management of, under neurology. As Dheeraj said, as it exists, it is listed under medicine, and they are the same identical packages, whether somebody has a stroke, has encephalitis, has a seizure, has what have you. Then doesn't make sense. So it's just a combo which has been put in. So those packages have been made, and I believe they're getting vetted. So they have not come in phase 2 yet, but the work, it's a work in progress.
Fair enough. And that is well understood. Let me kind of come back to you, Dr. Suri. I mean, there was a point that Dr. Dheeraj made, which is converting the physicians to becoming early actors in the entire stroke response. As ISA, how are you seeing that activity translate in real terms?
See, before I answer that question, I think what we should focus on is that if you have to fight on something like stroke, you can't say I'm only going to think of prevention or I'm only going to think of acute treatment. We have to think of the entire what we call as a continuum of care, which is right from primordial prevention to acute care to hyperacute care and to prevention. Once we organize the entire system, we have to look at what we have in house. If we have a primary health center and we have only a physician, so what can he do in this continuum of care? He can do prevention at that moment. He can take care of blood pressure, diabetes, and he can help in that way. So the physician can be involved in the primary prevention, even in a far off small primary health center in a small village. The roles have to be defined. Where acute care has to come, thrombolysis has to come, there you have to have it centered around a stroke-trained neurologist or a stroke-trained physician. So I think the roles have to be defined, and then there has to be a system to stitch them together. Organization of what resources you have. I think that is where we are lacking in India. If we look at what is happening in the higher income countries, they have an organized system. Somebody has a stroke, they dial an ambulance number. The ambulance service knows, they have guidelines where to take that patient, whether to bypass a hospital which is a smaller hospital or not. If they are taking more than 15 minutes, they will not take them to a tertiary care. They will take them to the closest. So there are guidelines in place. So somebody in a higher income country develops a stroke, all he has to do is dial a number, ambulance services come, the emergency staff will notify the hospital, take them to a proper hospital, and the hyperacute treatment is then taken care by that hospital. If they need thrombectomy, they are shifted to. So it's an all well-oiled system where the patient only has to enter into that system. Unfortunately, that system does not exist in India.
Sure. So may I ask you two questions here? One is, how many neurologists in this country and how many are part of the ISA?
We have more than about 850 who are part of ISA.
Right.
And there are about 2,500 or more who are neurologists. So,
sure, 2,500.
Some of them are, the neurologists also subspecialize. So some of them will want to go into dementia, into epilepsy.
Fair enough.
So maybe we have about 800 who are actually focusing on stroke.
So the reason why I wanted to ask that question is this. In 2002, when the government of India began looking at tuberculosis, and I'm going to kind of pick up a very, very different space where we have the Prime Minister now actually saying by 2025 we will get something done. So it's a gap of somewhere around 23 years, okay? We had about 2,500 places where you could get a sputum microscopy done in this country. By 2005, that had gone to 12,500. By 2012 to 14, we were saying that's nearly not enough. We need about 30,000 of those, right? I'm just going to layer those same kind of numbers back into stroke and see that stroke has actually risen up in terms of both incidence, morbidity, mortality numbers as compared to tuberculosis. Sure, tuberculosis has had its impact because there's been a scale up, right? The sequelae, or the sequence of events that need to take place now with 2,500 neurologists, of which about 800 are the ones that are trying to provide or are equipped to provide care. How do you see the scale up happen? I mean, your numbers are 116 to 160 per 100,000 incidents, right? So how do you kind of go ahead and do that?
This is what I'm saying. That we have to have that organization like a hub and spoke where even if there are peripheral physicians who are trained, there is one neurologist in that area who can guide them, who can educate them, who can be on a telestroke program on them, for the difficult ones. So you have to have the areas like prevention, rehabilitation and acute care all organized. You have to have some stitching.
Sure. So I've heard this hub and spoke now repeated several times, and I want to really be provocative here. No fear or favor here. Will hub and spoke really work? Or are we kind of predicating a lot of our success on something that we think will work? And I'm going to turn to both of you here. Yeah. I mean, because both of you have been saying this. Yeah. Where does this go?
Yeah. If you look at tuberculosis, National Tuberculosis Program, Control Program, and this is a model which the hub and spoke is tested scientifically and in developed countries, and in India in different ways we have tested. I think Dr. Padma will talk about Himachal, but the Punjab, Dheeraj and me, we took over government hospitals, mentoring them, trained them, and then we were in touch with them like the typical smartphone-based telestroke. And there were a few government hospitals where there were no CT scans. So there was a public-private partnership through that CT scan was done. And I can talk about Ludhiana. Ludhiana Civil Hospital does not have a CT scan. So we are the spoke for a few hospitals in Punjab, and particularly the active one in our hub and spoke is the Ludhiana one. And any patient comes within window period, the emergency doctor puts a message in the WhatsApp, and our neurology team, who is on call, attends to that. So and so is in the window period. They're coming to the CT scan to CMC, and immediately my resident who is on call tracks the patient, gets the CT done quickly, puts the image. We don't wait for a radiologist report. Put the image in the WhatsApp, and we take a decision. This patient is eligible or not, and patient goes back.
We understand the workflow.
Yeah.
Is that system going to be enough for the volume that you're expecting to come?
Yeah. So I'll just add a few things. So we need to expand this network. So it is not just government, but also we need to include private hospitals.
So more people on the WhatsApp network?
No, we are currently coming up with a proper app through ISA. ISA will be releasing in March. And so we need to have an organized setup like proper way of doing it. Yeah.
So let's hear Dr. Padma first, and then I'll come back.
Actually, this, yes, hub and spoke will work. You need to believe us, it will work. But yes, that's probably not going to be the only answer, because I'll just take 2 minutes on this. One is that India has 70% of health sector with private, which is a reality. And if you actually look here, it is 80% which is private. Here, Dheeraj and me are the public sectors, these two are in the private sector. And so, this divide should never exist anymore. We need partnerships which would actually are viable and compatible with, again, delivering the optimal healthcare to everybody across all sections. That is doable to me. It's not undoable, because there is merit and there is efficiency in both sectors. You need to first evaluate, don't divide them. Mm-hmm. Number two is that in a stroke team, you have beyond neurologists, physicians, you have all works. You have the radiologist. Harsh is sitting here in front of me, and he has the biggest AI getting launched. And one of the AI things is to get even without a radiologist or reporting, which is possible at a remote place in the district hospitals, because radiology remains a cornerstone for your workflow pathway. So that's another thing that India is probably spearheading, and we have these brilliant people who are spearheading here. You need to, give more to sort of, we have this powerhouse, they need this encouragement. Number two. Number three is we do have India-centric problems and India-centric solutions. I have Shirish here, who's directing the Wockhardt Group of Hospitals from Maharashtra. And the entire Maharashtra and Gujarat is connected by a WhatsApp model. There's no public sector there. And there, they're just hand-holding the other private sectors which are in the middle rung, which are in the lower rung. Lakshmi is here. He's taken the model which first Himachal and then Punjab, and the same thing he's tweaked for Tamil Nadu, and that is what Sir was quoting about, and that's become actually a model. Even Niti Aayog talks about the Tamil Nadu model. They got the Amma thing in there, because the health remains a state subject and a state responsibility. Center can handhold, but the states also have to take this. So I see states such as Tamil Nadu, South, Kerala, Andhra actually taking up and going higher, because the state also took that responsibility. So all of them you get in, Bobby, your hub and spokes will work.
Fair enough. Let me turn this around.
I just want to add one more point to how this huge country, even today, with all the respect to neurologists, even marine neurologists at the moment are not doing the thermolytic therapy as it is done in cardiac attack. Even cardiac surgery today now they are doing for the angioplasty, are immediately giving the thrombolysis. But even if you go to many medical college, when they get a stroke, then the people think which hospital to go. So I think we have to educate all the college. So association, stroke association has to come up forwards, because even among the doctors, they are not aware.
Fair enough. And so we have experts, and that's a very well noted point, that not all people who could actually intervene with strokes are actually doing so, and that's something that we will come back to the neurology associations and see how that can be bettered out or kind of expanded on. But given that you've pointed many people out there, there's as much expertise off the dais as much as there is here. Let me turn this conversation on to you two, and we have a little bit of time. You've heard every one of them speak. How many of you are convinced that we are at a point where we have a larger thought process going on as far as stroke is concerned in this country? Dr. Padma has clearly said, let's not divide between public and private. And so therefore, in that spirit, don't speak whether the private sector hospital has it or the public sector hospital has it. My question to you, and please feel free to stick up your hand and I will recognize you to speak. And can I have a mic there, please, for whoever sticks up their hands. Do you think, at this point in time, having heard from Dr. Prasad to the World Stroke Organization, to the Indian Stroke Organization, to the person leading the probably one of the best centers in the country at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, to Dr. Dheeraj sitting out in Punjab and figuring out how state level programs happen, do you think there is, at this point in time, in your mind, a all of society kind of an approach towards stroke? Sir, there.
Before talking about the public sector or private sector,
yes, sir,
we have to reach the masses. First of all, if there is a stroke, a person goes to a local practitioner, RMP or something like that only. In his own benefit or whatever it may be, he sends his for CT scan, which takes 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, like that only.
Assuming that the CT scan is available close by.
Yes, if it is available close by. Otherwise, he says, upar ka hai, niche ka hai, and a lot many other things happens, and the golden hour or the window period is getting lost.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Yeah. So your point is that there is no awareness. Even if there is awareness, the lack of infrastructure might lead to the loss of that golden hour, which kind of then has its own problems. Sir, if you can identify yourself and then say.
My name is Dr. Harsh Mahajan. I'm a radiologist.
Yes, sir.
And on the larger question which Padma raised about public, private, and that they shouldn't be silos, they should come together. Leaving stroke aside, because stroke is a subset of the whole healthcare scene, I think the trust deficit is too great.
The trust deficit where?
Between the public and the private is very, very great. The private being looked at as looters and profiteering entities, and the public being I've worked enough in public.
Fair enough. And so your point being that
no, let me
sure.
either you let me speak. So this is going to take some doing. And I interact very closely with the government and with the powers that be to know that even though there is a lot of conversation, that chasm still remains. And unless that is bridged, we've done 2 public-private partnerships, one in Uttarakhand, where we ran a MRI for the government of Uttarakhand, and the second that is ongoing in the Safjung hospital here. And so, and on the Ayushman Bharat thing, somehow when the public looks at private, it is only seen through the prism of profitability and profiteering.
Sure.
And somehow what we need to do is to have robust costing studies done to know what it really costs to deliver a treatment, be it in the public or the private sector. In fact, the private sector is even willing to say, what you spend in All India Institute to institute a treatment, give us that, and we are fine with that. But those numbers are not available, and that's why we are not able to, provide adequate healthcare. And even for Ayushman Bharat, how many large tertiary care hospitals have come into the fold? Hardly
so you do
any.
have a session afterwards too, right? So
Thank
the
you.
point being here, I mean, the gentleman who kind of first stood up, one, there is a large information gap here. And then that's matched up equally with a infrastructure gap, which both of them need to be bridged. And if and where those gaps are bridged, there is a trust deficit, as Dr. Mahajan very, very concisely put it. Am I being fleeced? Is this really something that is necessary? And that is irrespective of where the person lands up in. And all of these 3 need to be thought through right across the board. And so, sorry, was there somebody else? Yes. And please, please do not mind if I kind of interrupt you.
No,
Yeah, please, go
that's
ahead.
fine.
Yeah.
I think, Padma, I like the hub and spoke model that you've been talking about. There is another model I think we need to incorporate into this hub and spoke, is the hub and hub model.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the hub and spoke, because, you spoke about private and, public, and so there is some differences which we have to understand between the 2 systems. It's not like you can integrate them seamlessly. And the seam really is that the private works on a head and head model. Everyone is the head there. There's no professor and there's no associate professor and there's no lecturer, there's no one down the line. So I think it's a better idea to integrate these 2 models into India, because India needs a hub and hub model where we empower our physicians, we empower our emergency
people. I'm not sure
people.
I understand the hub and hub model.
Hub and hub model, I'll tell you what it means. It means that we empower everyone to treat strokes.
Fair enough. Thank you so much.
That's the
right.
one.
So coming back, 4 points here. One, that people and practitioners may not be aware as well as they should be about what constitutes a stroke. Dil ka daura, everybody understands. But something happening, my face is drooping, or my speech is slurred, or I've got a little bit of weakness, did I kind of sit or sleep awkwardly? Those are the kinds of questions. How do we kind of get that in place? And even if people did manage to get up there, the person, the first point of care may not be having an index of suspicion saying, this is something else. This is not something that I give an aspirin and send people away home. How do you bridge those 2? Then we'll come to the next bets. Go ahead, sir.
The first, I think just a little bit to add on to your first question, there was a burning thought which was coming to my mind, and I would like to just throw it here. The numbers and the disparity that you said between the treating physicians and the strokes, the burgeoning numbers, one of the only ways which I think needs to be added on, and in a very significant manner, just putting a cue to Dr. Prasad's reference, prevention has to come in a big way. We have to move in both the directions. Both the directions, one is prevention and one is treatment. Unless we work in both the directions, this gap is not going to come down. It's not only the treating end, it's the preventing end. And let me tell you, in prevention, we are not talking of prevention in a big way. Where are we really? We are seeing the youth getting more obese. We're getting the youth going into unhealthy practices. That's one reference to about the bridging of the gap. The second part, which you just asked, how do we look into physicians? Now, one of the reasons is physicians, there's a lack of inertia. If there's a neurologist involved,
there is an inertia, you mean?
I would say I would have no qualms in saying that. There is inertia even in neurologists. We've experienced that. We've seen centers having a neurologist for years and not thrombolizing. Why did that happen? That's an inertia. And that inertia needs to be broken. Like Dr. Padma and me at PGI, we were almost the first initiators of thrombolysis in the country, and maybe very few physicians at that point of time in 2001 or 2 did it. So educating and motivating neurologists, that could be one thing, and educating the physicians. The physicians in a local circle, in a local area, they need to be kind of educated and motivated, and it's worked. It's my experience in Chandigarh from PGI. I've had this experience of talking to district hospital physicians and in Punjab with the district hospital physicians, and the motivation factor, it all depends on that local, I would say, local area network. Right. And this local area network has to be led by a champion.
So, Dr. Dheeraj kind of mentions this inertia. As president of ISA currently, what would success look like in addressing this inertia?
See, we've been working at ISA level and we've been trying to bridge this gap. Everybody's talking of bridging the gap. We have all the therapies, we have the IV thrombolysis, we have the thrombectomies, but we don't, when it happens, you have that 4.5-hour window period. You have the patient to go to get it and where to get it, that's the issue. So at ISA, we've been actually working and, we worked on this. And can I have the slides? I'll just show something that we are trying to get from the ISA.
So while the slide is coming up,
can we have the slide?
So
I'll just talk. It's just a short 1-minute thing. So we are trying to now develop an app.
Okay.
Now this app, what it's going to do is it's going to bridge that gap. What the ISA has done is, if anybody gets a stroke, just go onto the stroke app. And can somebody slides please? So just go onto the app. It will pick up your Google position and real time take you and show you 5 hospitals in the vicinity. Give you a real Google map of how much time it will take through the traffic. As of now, I have only private hospitals, and I would request Dr. Prasad to have all the government hospitals to come in, and we can just have this app is for? This app is for the general public. You can download it from, you can just download it.
I'll recognize this up.
You can download it from the Apple, from the Apple store. So this is the app. Can we go back?
And so what's your marketing budget for this app?
We've already, the ISA has...
This constitutes a life-saving intervention.
ISA has already collected all the money. We have put it into it, and we are going to launch this immediately. So this is what happens. The minute a patient goes onto the app, he is shown these 4 or 5 maps, which is the closest hospital. There is a real-time Google map, which takes the patient, tells them 17 minutes, or 18 minutes, or 24 minutes, whichever hospital you need to reach. The minute the patient starts going on that, moves 100 meters on that Google map, the hospital gets a pre-notification saying that this patient is moving, and they will contact that number saying, we are ready with TPA, what is your symptom? So it's a pre-notification, it's a well direction. So this is what ISA is doing on an all India level. Now we need all of you to help us by giving data. What I've also added in the app is that self-registration of hospitals. So supposing you are somewhere in Shimla and you are doing thrombolysis, which we don't know, just go onto the app, fill as a center doing thrombolysis. Say I've got a CT scan, I've got a stroke neurologist, or I've got a stroke physician. So I am doing thrombolysis, and you are projected onto the Google immediately.
Sure. So let me ask you a question.
Pan-India
representation. Let me turn this around. Can I have a show of hands here, please? How many of you have got this app on your phone right now?
No, it hasn't been launched. We haven't launched it.
How many of you are aware that such an app is coming up and you would be interested?
We've just done it.
Sure. Okay. The question that I have for you, and the one that I asked was, what's your marketing strategy so that the users on the other side, people like me who might want to at some point in time be accessing the service?
The marketing strategy is, see, when you are in your city, you are in Delhi, you know which hospital to go in. Supposing you are holidaying in Missouri and somebody develops a stroke, you don't know anybody where to go to. You have to then get onto the app and see, and it will tell you immediately, because you would be surprised to find out there may be a stroke person 5 minutes away from your hospital or from where you are. So I think it is at general, this is where I want the government to help us out. I want all of you who are here, the press, to help us out to get this app, and so that it's a service to the nation. It's basically ISA is bridging that gap, what you're saying. So we are bridging the gap by getting this app out on a all India level. Even if you are holidaying in somewhere in Bihar, you may be surprised, 10 minutes away you may have a stroke neurologist, but you don't know.
So which means, I mean, in my head, as I'm kind of watching this, I was kind of anticipating a different kind of a slide, sorry. What I see right now, sir, and Dr. Jagdish Prasad, this is as an advisor, now I turn, I mean, he's said something, I'm going to amplify and I'm going to ask this back to you. This constitutes probably a life-saving intervention. Two things. One, how do we recognize such apps as life-saving? And two, how does then the policy environment popularize this in the same way that we have popularized emergency services 112 onto mobile phones? How does this become part of that kind of a package? What would be the role that is required to be played at an advisory or at a management level?
No, this is the excellent app has been developed by association, and I told Dr. Suri just now that you are most welcome and come, and definitely we like to launch it in our system. And most important part, even in Delhi, forget the rural areas, even in Delhi I'm telling you, people are not aware which hospital to go if there is a salad of a speech. So basically the neurologists are all of us, not neurologists only, all physicians, all people should be aware what is the brain stroke. Because chest pain they know, if there is a chest pain, then they rush. But even chest pain also they are not very, sometimes there is no pain, there is suffocation, people don't reach. So awareness among the people and among the RMP or doctors who should don't waste the time and send to the proper. But this app, if it is advertised properly, definitely government will take initiative in advertising it, in putting to the public as far as possible, because this will definitely put a landmark in the persons to get the treatment as early as possible without looking here and there.
Right. Dr. Jairaj?
Yeah, just in line with the same thought, this is the app and we need to have stroke ready hospital awareness, but and where government could help. But the other area where the government could help us is creating awareness. From Indian Stroke Association in the past, we had two celebrities. One was Rani Mukherjee. Dr. Sirish was involved to get her for 2 years, and then Dr. Dheeraj was involved to get Sunil Gavaskar, and Asha Bogle. So 3 people were named as ambassadors for stroke for India. But as ISA, we struggled a lot how we can utilize them to the maximum, but again, funds crunch, and so this is where we can see the government of India advertising. The celebrities are talking for cancer, tuberculosis. So in that way, if the government of India comes in, you have the app and the stroke ready hospitals, you create awareness among the public with again private-public partnership. So this will really raise the awareness and also utilization of the intervention for stroke.
Right.
I just want to say one thing too, because he has told 500 neurologists in the country at the moment, and 500 can talk to the 500 member of parliament, and 500 they can talk to the so many of MLA. Make them aware. I'm just telling you, and request them wherever you go and give the speech, talk about the face. Tell that how the stroke occurs and then they should reach it. I think this is better than celebrity, I'm telling you. It's the politician who comes in contact with the public every day. So even if 500 people, even I forget the other physician, I'm talking just neurologist. Let us just start with neurologist. If a neurologist today should think of that he will go back and talk to one member of parliament and their local MLA about the strokes and how to get it done. Let us just start this. And definitely this can make aware. And what I'm telling you, that Indian Association of Physicians, Indian Association of Surgeons, Indian Association of anything, pediatrics, please talk this app so that people can get aware. It is awareness is required. So we should not depend upon only on celebrity. अमिताभ बच्चन ने बोल दिया कि टीवी चले हटाओ और ये करो. उसके अलावा भी बहुत सारे पब्लिक है जो बोल सकता है और कर सकता है.
Right, and that's I think a very, very useful place to kind of actually put a semicolon to this conversation, because we have one more coming up, which will be at the what happens in an emergency kind of a situation. But a very relevant point, Dr. Prasad, because many times we kind of look only administratively as to what needs to happen. There's 543 members of parliament, the Lok Sabha part of it. There's 250 maximum at the Rajya Sabha level who've got state level remit. So that's 793 people, 800 odd neurologists who could actually be doing those one-on-one conversations. There's about 4,000 MLAs across the different states that we have, and each of you are prominent citizens in your city or in your own assembly segments. And therefore, there's a chance to talk even further down, and that should be something that we need to kind of internalize as to the leadership role that we may have, particularly on the aspect of mass awareness. And then there are three buckets that this conversation kind of leads us to. One is this whole awareness bit, both at the individuals who need the care and also of the individuals who are the first port of call who need to provide care. There needs to be awareness at both levels. What am I going for? What am I seeing? And both need to be in sync with the stroke incidence and morbidity mortality numbers that we are facing ourselves with. The second part of it is the infrastructure that's required, both in terms of human beings, the neurologists, the task shifting to the physicians, whether we do it with WhatsApp, whether we do it with other technologies, whether we do hub spoke, whether we do hub, whichever way that is, at this point in time, the 800 odd centers or lesser is way inadequate for the epidemiology that we are staring at, and that needs to change, and that can only change if the first precondition actually happens. If there is political engagement, if there is mass awareness, if there is buzz in the newspapers, then those conversations will actually translate into what's the supply of the solution part of it. The last part of it, which we haven't talked about. So when we do all of this, how do we know we're doing something well? Where is the data? Is the app going to be one place where data is going to flow better from? I would put a lot of eggs in that one basket and think that that's a, let's put it this way, a counterfactual set of data that will come, because the factual part of it is actually in the public health system. We need much more robust data that's coming in from. We have a Central Bureau of Health Intelligence. We need far better health intelligence as far as stroke is concerned, and whether that comes part of the national NCD program, whether it comes part of the Health Intelligence Bureau, or whether it comes from other sources, we need to make sure that that robustness of that data is countermatched with this counterfactual that's coming in from the app side. That's allowing us to know whether we are actually reaching the number of people that we're supposed to reach, and whether the quality of care that we're delivering is actually matching up to what we had set ourselves up for. Thank you very much for all five of you to be here, part of this conversation. For those of you that spoke up from the floor, thank you very much. For those of you that could not, I'll try and figure out space for the next time that we are having our conversation. But I hope there's enough going into our heads for thinking as to what our respective courses of actions will be. Can you meet your member of parliament or your MLA and push that? That's an easy one actually, and that could be a pretty useful one. Second, from the ISA and to its membership, how do you make that app become truly life-saving? That would be two very big wins. Thank you very much for being part of this conversation. Thank you.
Big round of applause for all our speakers and the moderator on stage. I would request Mr. Kamal Narayan to please gift a small memento from our side to our speakers for coming here and sharing with us the great ideas that they have to improve management and care of stroke patients. A memento for Dr. Jagdish Prasad, Principal Consultant to DGHS. A memento for Dr. Jayaraj Pandian of the World Stroke Organization. A memento for Professor M.B. Padma Srivastav, Head Neurosciences Center, AIIMS, Delhi. A memento for Dr. Vineet Suri, President, Indian Stroke Association. And a memento for Dr. Dheeraj Khurana, Department of Neurology, PGI Chandigarh. Thank you to our speakers and a big round of applause for our speakers on stage. It was heartening to know that all of you are aware of this upcoming app. Please take this information to a wider audience. I didn't know about this app. Please put it on your Twitter, on your Facebook, on your LinkedIn, on your Instagram. Talk about it so that more people become aware of this upcoming app that could be a lifesaver for many. And when you do tweet, use the hashtag that is the number 4 Stroke Ready India. We now have a video message from Dr. P.N. Shelja, neurologist with Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology, Trivandrum.
I am Dr. P.N. Shailaja, Professor of Neurology and Head of the Comprehensive Stroke Care Program at Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Trivandrum, Kerala. First of all, I would like to thank the IHW Council members for giving me the opportunity to talk about what are the NCD activities and the activities going on with regard to reducing the stroke burden in Kerala. The Comprehensive Stroke Care Program at Sri Chitra Tirunal was started in 2010, and since then we have been doing a lot of activities starting from primary prevention care activities, acute stroke care, research, and also now along with the Achyuta Menon Center for Health Science Studies, which is the public health unit of Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute, and along with the Government of Kerala, we have been able to do a lot of activities, and I would like to just talk about what we have been doing in the last 6 to 7 years. Coming to the primary prevention care activities, as we all know, the burden of NCD is highest in Kerala, and recently the Achyuta Menon Center has done a prevalence of risk factor study in Kerala in more than 1,70,000 households, and found that 1 in 3 person has got hypertension and 1 in 5 have diabetes in Kerala, and only less than 15% of these patients have been well controlled in their diabetes. So this suggests that Kerala has got a huge burden of non-communicable disease related risk factors, and it is high time some activities have been done in Kerala. In the last few years, the Achyuta Menon Center, the public health wing, is involved in doing a lot of activities at a community level, and currently with the financial support from the Government of Kerala, there have been a lot of prevention strategies which have been started, and now it is being targeted to different levels involving the district managers, the school teachers, the ASHA workers, and the health professionals. And in the last 1 or 2 years, there have been training being given with regard to the risk factor control and its identification and the lifestyle modification activities, and there have been more than 17,000 students which have been trained with regard to, trained in the sense given education regarding to control of the risk factors, and also the school teachers and the health professionals are being trained in the community. Coming to acute stroke care activities, as we all know that most of the thrombolytic care has been available only in the academic research institutes and few corporate hospitals even in Kerala. And currently, in the last 4 years, There have been stroke units which have been started in the district hospitals in Kerala, and we have 7 district hospitals having stroke units where even a neurologist and also physicians have been trained, and intravenous thrombolysis is available in all these district hospitals for acute stroke care of the patients. In addition, the medical colleges have also been given the support to start stroke units, and currently 3 of the medical colleges have got stroke units functioning and giving care acutely to these patients, and in all these hospitals intravenous thrombolysis is given free to all these patients. I was appointed as a technical consultant for stroke for the state of Kerala, and the last stroke unit was started in General Hospital in Trivandrum, and there we have just started thrombolysis in the last 1 year. Coming to the rest of the activities we have been doing in the last few years, the major thing was giving stroke training to the primary care physicians all over Kerala. This has been started in 2013, and every year we give stroke care training with regard to acute stroke, management of TIA, even starting from nursing care to rehabilitation of these patients, and involves the secondary prevention strategies too. And this is attended by primary care physicians from all over Kerala. And since 2015, we realized that nurses are the people who are going to have to spend a lot of time with these patients, and giving training to the nurses is going to make a big difference in the outcome of the patients who are admitted in stroke units. And we all know that there is a lot of areas where nurses have not been trained in stroke care, and hence since 2015 we yearly organize state level, regional, and even at a national level we are yearly having nurses training program which involves all the nursing aspects of stroke care, and this is usually attended by more than 300 to 400 nurses every year. Rehabilitation after stroke is a very important aspect which is going to make a big difference in the outcome of these patients. We know that there are very few rehabilitation centers available in India, and it is the same in Kerala too. And very few physiotherapists are trained with regard to giving therapy to the stroke patients. And hence we organized 2 stroke physiotherapy training workshops whereby the general physiotherapists have been given training for the physiotherapy of these patients. And in addition, we realized it would be good to have a video which is made, and a 40 minutes of video is made for training the stroke physiotherapists with regard to stroke physio, and this video is being given to all the physiotherapists who are working in the governmental setup, and currently this video is available in the World Stroke Academy educational material of the World Stroke Organization. Secondary prevention after stroke is very, very important. We know that once a patient develops a stroke, there is a very high risk of that patient developing a next stroke, and this is mostly with regard to the lack of control of the risk factors and the lack of medication adherence after the patient develops a stroke. Hence, and this is very important that you do it at a community level so that this will have an impact to a larger group of patients. From last 1 year, with the government of Kerala support, we have started giving training to all the health workers who are the people who are going to see these patients at a community level. All the primary healthcare workers and also ASHA workers have been given training with regard to identification of the stroke symptoms, how to manage these patients in the acute phase, how to take care of a stroke survivor, caregiver-based rehabilitation, medication adherence, and the control of risk factors. And in addition, we also made a video in the Malayalam language which is being given to all the health workers, whereby these people can go through this video and go to the households of the stroke survivors and give them education, and thereby reduce the burden of stroke by giving secondary prevention strategies to these patients. This year, similar to the activities which we have done with regard to health worker training, we are going to give similar training to all the health workers in the rural health blocks of Kollam district, which is a neighboring district of Trivandrum. In the next 1 or 2 years, the future plans which are being planned is to have the stroke units in the district hospital extended to all the districts, and at least to have about 15 to 20 stroke units in all the district hospitals of Kerala. In addition, all the physicians
We will move on to the next session, and we will discuss the frontline ecosystem. The frontline ecosystem plays a crucial role in bringing the stroke patients to the hospital or the medical facility and administering the critical first aid. However, India's frontline healthcare system is seriously lacking trained manpower, equipment and facilities. Also, ensuring access to stroke-ready centers or healthcare facilities is a major challenge. It is important to debate how a robust frontline healthcare ecosystem can be created to act fast. For this discussion, I would like to invite our speakers on stage. Please welcome Dr. Harsh Mahajan, MD Mahajan Imaging. A Padma Shri Award winner, Dr. Mahajan has set up one of India's first privately run MRIs in 1992. Subsequently, in 1998, he was appointed as the honorary radiologist to the President of India, and he continues to hold that position to date. Please welcome on stage Dr. Neera Chaudhary, Head of Department Neurology at Safdarjung Hospital. Dr. Neera Chaudhary is Professor and Head of Neurology at the Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi. She has 19 years of experience as a teacher and clinician, with over 50 published papers, having contributed to 12 chapters in books. Please welcome on stage Dr. Arvind Sharma, Head Department of Neurology, Zydus Hospital. I request all of you to please encourage your fellow physicians on stage with a round of applause as they come up on stage. Dr. Arvind Sharma has been an active member of the Indian Academy of Neurology, the Indian Stroke Association and the Neurological Society of India, World Stroke Organization and the European Stroke Organization. Please welcome on stage Dr. Mohan Leslie, Senior Consultant Neurologist, BMH Calicut. Dr. Mohan is a senior consultant neurologist with more than 12 years of experience. He is an expert in the management of neurological diseases and disorders. His fields of special interest include stroke, headache, and epilepsy. Please welcome on stage Dr. D.S. Gupta, Senior Consultant, District Hospital, Jhansi. His area of interest include stroke management through thrombolysis, for which he has been working for the last 2 years in the District Hospital, Jhansi. Please also welcome on stage Colonel Dr. Faiz Ahmed, Senior Advisor and Head of Department of Neurology, Command Hospital. He has extensive experience of working with numerous tertiary care units of the Indian Army Medical Corps. Please welcome on stage Colonel Dr. Faiz Ahmed. And please welcome back on stage Dr. Bobby John, who will be moderating this session as well. A round of applause for all our speakers and for Dr. Bobby John.
Thank you. And thank you, gentlemen and ma'am, for being willing to sit here for the next half hour, 40 minutes, and have this conversation on what constitutes frontline care as far as stroke is concerned. Now, each of you has phenomenal experience, both as people who provide the first line care and also thinking at broader levels as to where the larger problem in the country needs to be provisioned for. And so, let me start with you, ma'am, given being the only lady here, and so I suppose, somewhere along the line, this imbalance will be corrected when there'll be at least half and half here on the stage. There's already there in neurology. We need to have a better representation here. Note for the organizers going forward. Ma'am, stroke as an emergency, does it have the concomitant response infrastructure that an emergency really requires, as far as India is concerned?
This is on?
Yes, it'll be on.
So as far as the infrastructure is there, I was earlier at GB Pant, which is a super speciality hospital. So I can just quote some examples where there was a stroke emergency. So there I did not find these gaps. But now, from the last 1 year, I have moved to Safdarjung, where the reality has come up, wherein there is a big emergency, but the awareness among the junior residents, the CMO in charge of the emergency is not there about stroke. So the first thing is that we need to educate not only the people about the symptoms and signs of stroke, but we also need to educate doctors. So this should start from the MBBS level, say from the final year onwards. They should be taught, because this is an emergency which can be recognized, as we were seeing. Dr. Sailja has trained the ASHA workers to recognize. So a person who's doing medicine can be easily taught what stroke is and how the person can manage. So that when we talk of the triage, the people that are sitting there are the junior residents, the interns. They can quickly pick up. And then they should be, where the medicine facility is available, the medicine people should be roped in for the management, acute management of stroke.
Fair enough. I mean, what you said in the first two sentences caught my attention, and so therefore I'm going to go back. You move from GB Pant to Safdarjung. You think that, in perception, Safdarjung seems to be a much better resource center, more of the advances and stuff like that.
It is a better resource center,
but the ability to respond to stroke was lesser than you thought was available in GB Pant, because it was a super specialty thing. And so therefore that's something that we need to keep in mind, and I want to draw that just because you have a better resource center does not necessarily translate into a better response for stroke as it turns up. Let me turn to the other extreme. I mean, we are talking about a publicly financed hospital, GB Pant, Delhi government, Safdarjung, Delhi government,
Safdarjung is
central government. Let's go to the other extreme, where it's a very, very limited, let's put it say, case. Colonel Faiz, the armed forces, how does it respond to, it's all on, respond to strokes, especially when you've got such a wide distribution of people and you need every one of them with you, because it's each person that you're dealing with is an active service person. What's your infrastructure like? And how do you respond to the stroke in a service setting, kind of?
Okay. The Armed Forces Medical Services, the AFMS, we have about 200 hospitals all over the country, Army, Navy and Air Force. These hospitals, like the hub and spoke that we've spoken about earlier, include the tertiary care centers, which are the command hospitals. There are about 13 such hospitals which have these facilities, which include neurology specialty services. Beyond that, we have the regional hospitals. There would be about 50 such hospitals.
Your people are on the front lines.
Absolutely.
You're there, far away from
So we
your
have
centers.
those hospitals for golden hour treatment or thrombolysis and stroke. There are 3 or 4 substrates which are important. Number 1 is the patient who reaches you within the window period. Number 2 is the medical staff who picks up the patient and doesn't shoo them away. Number 3 is a CT scan. Let's be very clear about it. You can't have thrombolysis in MI without an ECG. Here it is a little more expensive. You can't have thrombolysis in stroke without a CT scan. So you need all the 3 sitting in together for us to thrombolyze the patients.
And so I'm assuming that the first 2 are not a problem for you. That at whoever is the serving personnel, you are able to pick up because they are with you, and you are able to move them because you have the facilities. Those 2 are not an issue for you. Is the availability of this primary tool an issue for you?
Okay, firstly,
for a 1 hour response.
Okay, firstly, it is not that simple. That is where what ma'am said is very, very important. Even our trained staff, even our trained soldiers do not come in time. Those soldiers who are probably in the barracks, educated soldiers who are staying with their families, their dependents, they do not come to us on time. That's number 1. Number 2, the CT scan is usually there wherever there is a physician present. So most of the physicians that we have today are empowered to thrombolyze. In fact, about half an hour back, I was with a physician in Nasik. So he doesn't have a CT scan in-house, but then they have tie-ups with the civil CT scan facilities, and he is thrombolizing. So we use that facilities around.
Fair enough. In a very controlled setting, where people's movement are not all that difficult, you still find that there is still an information gap. How does that compare to where you're at?
So the things which are being discussed are discussed at 3 levels. We are discussing at present about the hospital. So there should be a protocol set for the things when you do a stroke. And it's a stroke team. We don't work like a cardiologist, like a god, directly go to the cath lab. We have a stroke teams. There, the first thing most important, when the person touched to the door, the emergency should be equipped to handle that patient, right? They should know the symptoms as been told. We are talking about awareness about the public. That comes another point, where you're talking about the golden hour. We have 4.5 hours. Even at the door, the protocol has to be fixed. It should be automatic, it should be magnetic, it should go in a flow. Rather than seeing that, is it a stroke? There should be a prioritized triage, priority A, pod A for the stroke patient, just like the head injury or the cervical injury. And patient flows in a pattern which you have said, no, isme I will do the CT, this may I will do the MRI. It should not be like this. It should be protocolized, and everyone, not only the doctors, it's the nurses, stroke nurse, even the attendant who are going out to take the patient in the private sector or the public sector, that has to be uniform.
Sure. And Dr. Mohan, this protocol that we've just heard about, you've kind of standardized it, you've kind of now put it into some kind of an app form?
Yes, yes. We have been working
Can
on
you describe that
since the past 2 years. We have developed an app. Yeah, it's called an Act Fast app now. So it's available on the App Store and Android. And it enables the stroke team, right from the junior most member to the trained physician, to work seamlessly to all the scales and charts that they have to do. It's all fed built in. And they have shared timer so that everybody stays on the same clock. So we've been seeing a lot of improvement after using
So everybody's on the same timer, same app. The moment it kind of comes on, you've got this protocol going.
So that is stroke protocol, and you generate a stroke code where all the members are informed, those going to handle that stroke in the emergency.
Fair enough, ma'am. So therefore then when there are two people who are basically saying there needs to be a protocol, and you've kind of seen two different settings where one, something was being done, other where awareness is lesser. Do you see utilization or utility for such protocols and apps?
Yes, the utilization is there, but the motivation also has to be there. I joined Safdarjung, and within a week we held series of lecture on acute stroke, which was supposed to be attended by the emergency people and the medicine people. So attendance was less. And then we've had interactions one-to-one. The awareness and the motivation is less. They say that the neurologist now there in Safdarjung, so the thrombolysis has to be in the super speciality building where there is no CT also. So the awareness and the motivation has to be there. Safdarjung is lot of numbers. And similarly other government hospitals where the medicine specialty is there, the motivation, awareness is one, which can be done. The motivation has to be there. We have set in the protocol right from day one we joined. We have sent in papers that this is what needs to be done. We've included CT angio also because it is a big hospital which just takes 3 minutes more than the CT. It will take a total of 5 minutes to do a CT plain and a CT angio. So
Right.
that if there is something, we have aims right across.
Yeah.
We can send if we do not have intervention. If we have done a CT angio and we find that the patient needs to be sent across, can be sent across. But the earlier motivation has to be there.
Sure. So Dr. Gupta, at a district hospital level, how do you find, you've been doing a fair number of thrombolysis, if I kind of remember correctly. That was what the description was. How do you find that motivation that ma'am is talking about, which is missing in a Safdarjung? How are you able to get that in a district hospital in Jhansi?
Well, I have a stroke team. This is very much motivated. Without the motivation of any person, we can achieve the goal. I would like to discuss and want to show by the slide how we have come across the problems and how we have overcome that. So motivation of every person. Yesterday even, one of my team member, CT technician, was not willing to the CT because he was involved in the medical legal cases. But I rushed there because there was only 1 hour to thrombolize that patient. And anyhow he came in the CT room, and I have given the thrombolysis at that room only. Then we have come to treat that case.
And you are not using any of the apps right now for your team?
No, we are not using, but we are having the mobile phones of each members, and their motivation, then only we have come across.
And so you have created your own ecosystem where instead of an app, you have the ability to call, everybody's on the same group, and you're able to pull them together as a team so that no time is wasted and the opportunity for thrombolyzing is actually not wasted out.
Because it is interdepartmental, right? You need a CT from the radiologist, you have a ER guy, you have a stroke neurologist. So those interdepartmental things has to be done stroke protocol. Every institute calibrate or titrate according to his resources.
Right. So therefore, now I turn to Dr. Mahajan, because you said something from the floor that was a little bit pointed, and I wanted to set the context before asking you this question. I mean, Faiz earlier said, just like ECG is an important tool for STEMI, a CT is the bare necessity for managing a stroke. And it's not just the CT, like you said, Dr. Saab, that it is a multi-departmental or multi-specialty approach. And so therefore, multiple sets of people are suddenly brought in. Somebody walks in with a droop, or somebody walks in with something that's looking very innocuous, and you have a CT being ordered, you've got all these specialties coming in, and everybody looks at it and says, or at least the perception on the other side is, oh, this hospital, public or private, irrespective, is essentially doing things which is disproportionate to what is being presented, leading to what you had said earlier, the trust deficit or the question mark. Is this all necessary? How do you begin to even address that?
See, what you've said is very, very true. It's unfortunate that is how healthcare is perceived in this country by society at large. And somehow, and I don't say that there may not be shortcomings and wrongdoings on either side of the divide, but somehow, we are a society which wants to question everything, and we are also all knowing. Those who can Google will already be questioning you 10 things as to why this is necessary and why not an MRI. I mean, people are willing to spend money. It's not that they are not willing, but MRI is better than CT. Why do you? So, those questions are there. Fortunately, for acute stroke, all you need is a plain CT. It takes less than a minute to do, and even if a CT angio is needed, that's an additional injection, another minute. The problem, I think, starts right from the emergency. As Dr. Neera has said, that, and in these, especially the public hospitals, there are huge crowds, and you're waiting in line for someone to recognize that this is something which is time barred and needs to be seen first. That's where those protocols are very, very necessary, as to even the faintest hint that this may be a stroke, that this guy needs to be triaged first and be out of that waiting line. And in fact, most new hospitals that are being built, the radiology department is being built very close to the emergency department, so that if a CT or anything else is necessary, it's done very quickly. Then is the inertia of having to refer that patient, and unless it's protocolized as has been emphasized, again, it'll be that there are 3 patients waiting there and they are in line, and then patients also fight. We all will say, "Inko kyun le rahe ho?" But what I've seen of late, if you say it's a stroke patient, most people in line are willing to give way, and so doing the scan takes a minute, and then later it may be that there's no radiologist available. That's why the report is not being seen. That's where the technicians have been trained. All you need to do is rule out hemorrhage, which is very simple. And I'm glad to tell you that within this country, now artificial intelligence algorithms have been built to pick up hemorrhage very, very early. In fact, we wrote a paper on that last year, which was published in the Lancet. The first AI paper ever to be published in the Lancet came out of India, and it involved intracranial hemorrhage. And these are things which are coming, which can also make that golden hour that much, longer in a sense, that you have more time to make the diagnosis and then to treat.
Sure. So let me kind of put a bunch of clinical conditions out there, and then let's figure what's common here. And then there's a reason why I'm kind of putting them together. Diabetic ketoacidosis, okay? An MI, a poisoning, a stroke, a lady postpartum bleeding away. There's a tension pneumothorax, right? And I could pull a few more of these out. What's common to all of these? And what's the opportunity right now the stroke community has to change in this country?
So the main thing, all the conditions you mentioned are the emergency conditions,
Absolutely.
right? That is the one thing. The problem with the stroke is that every second you lose million of neurons and you are making that person disabled for life, and that will cost him more what is going to cost him during the golden window of 4.5 hours to get treated. That is the one thing.
Some of these may not even have 4.5 hours window periods also.
Agreed. So they are treated on those guidelines, right? But here when we are talking about the stroke, we are trying to get out of those hurdles which are for the emergency, 4.5 hours golden window. We are talking about that. As been told by Dr. Mahajan, it's the golden window which is very important, where the stroke protocols are set. People are thrombolizing patient within 10 minutes. Tell you, we did at our hospital at 16 minutes. If you set those stroke codes and stroke protocols, you're going to thrombolize patient very fast.
Right.
And if you have those protocols that no need of saying to anyone anything, you just flow with the treatment.
Sure. So the reason why I kind of pulled that bunch of things together is exactly to kind of break this silo here that you just now mentioned. And it's not being unkind. It is that at this point in time, the way we have got our response systems, our primary care seems to be, is an infectious disease. A primary care setting is anybody that's requiring an emergency response, stroke being one of the large components of it. At this point in time, an accident and emergency notion, while we may have an emergency entrance to a hospital, does not function to the protocols that you are describing. How do I triage out somebody who's come in with a DKA versus a STEMI versus a stroke? At the point in time, your protocol will help, but that awareness and that response, the nimbleness of that, and that's where I'm kind of again coming back to the services. I mean, do you have protocols? You're supposed to be on very, very fine hair triggers kind of a thing. Do you have any protocols like that others could learn from? Or should I turn to Dr. Gupta in Jhansi and with his limited resources figure out how to kind of get this done?
There are no written protocols as such, but most of our peripheral hospitals function on the basis of the medical specialists, as we call them. They are the MD physicians, the youngsters who just done their medicine and gone there. Now, in addition to giving their MD examinations, as part of their training, the army also trains them into what our emergencies are. And that is where I think we make a little break in tradition. And the grilling that stroke is an emergency, thrombolysis is not just a viable option, but something which is mandated on a physician. If you do not offer thrombolysis, you are missing out. It's not a favor you're doing. That is where I think the whole thing changes. And that is where I think our MBBS curriculum has to change. That nihilism associated with stroke, that stroke happens, everybody writes a full question in their final MBBS, but the fact that thrombolysis is so important in stroke needs to change right from our MBBS going upwards, so that like an intern shouts, chest pain. So that again, the same concept of a brain attack has to come in the emergency.
The intern shouting chest pain suddenly triggers a whole bit of a cascade of actions in a whatever setting that they are in. Is that the same awareness and responsibility and response that's attached to something that an intern might actually pull out? And the question comes up from the next level onwards. So when did you start diagnosing a stroke? Is that an attitudinal issue, Dr. Gupta?
Yes, it is there. I would like to mention one thing more. While we are treating the stroke, brain stroke cases, we are saving her life as well as juvenility. Because per stroke we are, because of the stroke, aging process is enhanced. So 36-year-aged patient after one stroke will look like 60 years of age. So my aim is to tell all the persons that treating the stroke patients, we are not only saving his or her life, but saving the juvenility also. So it is better to tell all the public and all the members concerned, stroke is not only the emergency, but we are also saving her life as well as the juvenility.
Great point. Dr. Neera, you were kind of very quietly whispering that it takes an MD to kind of shout stroke.
You asked
Yes, I'm asking a question.
I started recognizing only in MD.
Right.
So that is why I was aiming that right from MBBS level, that should be in the curriculum, they should be posted. In neurology, say, otherwise the medicine person should be training the MBBS person also that stroke is an emergency.
So things that should never be missed out, an MI should never be missed out, an impending suicide should not be missed out, a poisoning should not be missed out, a stroke should not be missed out.
And
Correct?
These are young minds, the MBBS students, and they can be very well trained and put in the right direction,
And so
right from the word go.
And some of you are professors and part of the academic councils. This is now the conversation that needs to also take place, that the training at the first level itself is life-saving. Dr. Mahajan.
I would say the onus rests equally on the neurologists of this country, because see what the cardiologists have done. I mean, someone has a jaw pain, a tooth pain, a knee pain, the first thing they'll say, ki heart attack to nahi ho sakta. This awareness has been, maybe it's an overkill, but it's an overkill for a good cause. Similarly, you know, in the 90s when the neurologists realized that this is equally important, they were very, very slow. Plus, how many neurologists do you find in the dead of night in a hospital? You will find many cardiologists galore.
Many,
no,
sir.
I hope they are increasing in number.
So I will clear your
but
facts
somehow,
as a,
you know, once one has seen oneself as an armchair doctor, you know, your whole ethos, your thinking is different. And that's why the MBBS doctor is well aware of a heart attack, but not of a brain attack. And Dr. Neera is very right. That needs to be grilled in.
How many do we have?
So I'll change that, I'll answer that question. 1995, the drug has come for stroke. I agree the inertia was, and even that was a few years back, but now as you see, the stroke it's a decade for stroke. Many treatment has come from stroke. If you see the thrombolysis part or the thrombectomy part, the 2015 was the era change for the stroke. So there are a lot of stroke neurologists, a lot of neurologists who are doing stroke. There is no inertia in the ER. You will not find the other person. You will not find the radiologist. You will not find the emergency guy. You will find the neurologist coming to treat the stroke. And the residency program are like this. If you miss many stroke, if you have not to miss a single stroke, if they are a stroke mimic, they are okay. You said yourself that Inocus facial palsy, that can be a Bell's palsy, lower motor neuron palsy. But still, if the stroke code is generated, you have to be there in the ER to see that is it a stroke or not. It's a toothache or a leg ache. Stroke, once the stroke is generated in the ER, you have to go and check it. We have all the stroke neurologists here thrombolized even the stroke mimics, where the headache, the migraine, they have the complicated migraine having one side once weak. There are conversion reactions where they have weak. We have all thrombolized those stroke also, which are mimics.
Sure. So now, I'm trying to now get into a hierarchy, right? We have very little time, not in this panel, but with the person who actually presents with a potential stroke. We have very little time. We have to triage out symptom sign. We have to triage out what the image looks like. And we have to triage out who's eligible for that thrombolysis or not. And then there's a whole sequel down below, which is like, what do we do with the outcomes there? But let's restrict ourselves to these first three. How do you shorten the time for the sign symptom part of it? And I'll come to the image part of it to you later. But how do you kind of shorten the time for the sign symptoms?
So what we found is that the weakest link is the least experienced person in the team.
The weakest is the least experienced in the team.
Who might be the first person who sees the patient in the ER? Maybe an emergency medicine resident who has just joined 1 month back. So how do you empower that person to do a world-class evaluation within the short time frame? So
and how do you do that?
With technology is what we have found, putting the scales on the mobile and make it available to them and give a short training, and they learn very fast because everybody...
So just hold on. Irrespective of whatever the quality of the training that has happened before, if that person is the weakest person in your setup coming in, your app is able to give an instant upgrade to what that quality of care is. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. So then that allows for the symptom sign triage to be shortened down so that you're appropriately moving the person
forward in the pathway.
Otherwise, that is a lot of time that's taken.
Yeah, and this is in real time visible to the team leaders also.
And because it's being done on an app, it's in real time accessible and auditable.
And auditable, and it's captured.
And it's captured for future learning purposes.
Yes.
And so therefore, you continue to kind of teach on an ongoing basis. Is that something that can become part of a curriculum as you begin to be in an advisory role for the MBBS and beyond into the internship experiences?
That can be, but can I go to a more basic thing?
Yes.
Like we have ads for blindness on the radio.
So we will not go to the...
No, because that is important.
It is
As you
important.
said, because there was a trust level, the trust level, but if the person is aware that this is a stroke, the trust will come in quickly. So that is why when the government can put ads for cancer, for blindness, so these ads should be there on the media because people are seeing.
Sure.
And as a neurologist, when I see a stroke patient, I always ask him, "Kahan rehte ho?" Which is the nearest hospital. And if this thing happens again, you have to reach, and each minute is important. So when I'm saying this to that person, there are some 3-4 more in my room who listen to that. So it is each one's onus to cut short that time first of reaching, and then on reaching, obviously the training and the apps.
Fair enough. So for this particular moment, I'm kind of just focusing on the person has actually turned up. And that's where the wastage should be considered as criminal, because you cannot be. Yes. The other one could be an act of omission, but this is an act of commission. And so therefore, I would want to be much more careful here because it's under our control or within our limits of influence. And so therefore, I mean, the same way that Dr. Mohan has said in Calicut, how does it happen in Jhansi? Where is your, sign, symptom triage? How well or how have you gone about your training?
I used to take a meeting with the IMA people and local leaders also, even media people. Media people helps a lot, telling that district Jhansi is a center for the stroke ready. So patients comes directly to me with my phone also, but I'm having the trouble because at 9 or 12 p.m. patient says, I have stroke 1 year back, please help me. So that is problem for me. But having the devotion, earlier in 1996, I was a DTO in Lalitpur district. But when I came to know that one person died in my queue, having the 200 patients, then I was very much concerned to the stroke management. And this things was developed very much, and we have developed I have told already, devotions team. And we have come across and are treating the highest cases of Uttar Pradesh.
Sure. So there is mentoring that's happening. There's a lot of bedside teaching. There's a lot of hand-holding that's going on. It can be actually fast-tracked with the application of technology. So there is the apps that allow for not only the individual to perform, but also to be kind of overseen at a distance or temporarily somewhere away, so that we can kind of learn from what happened and keep hastening it up. So that's part of the cutting short of the wastage of time as far as identifying something is going on. There's another step altogether. And then you've kind of been completely hammering away on the idea that there needs to be a stroke code that gets rung. It's like a large bell. Multiple teams are coming together. Correct?
Absolutely. That is very important. That is one part which Dr. Neera also mentioned. That is the in-hospital thing. But what thing which important she has mentioned, that the government and the ministry...
We will come back to it. We will come back to it.
That is very important. We have not talked about the pre-notification. We have not talked about the 108. We have not... We are talking only the door and
absolutely.
further. We should come before the door.
We will come back to that. The other bit of delay is where the image happens. Whether to get onto the table gantry or whether the image actually happens and the quality of the image that kind of gets read out. I mean, those are also very real delays. Or sometimes the CT simply is not available, or the electricity is not available. What happens there? And that's not purely for stroke alone. All emergencies also require, or to some varying degrees.
Generally, CTs will always have power because we have UPS backup. I don't think there would be a CT without a UPS in this country. I think the key is communication. The moment that, provisional diagnosis is made in the emergency or wherever, it should be communicated immediately to the radiology department, and we have the table lying vacant for this patient who's rushed in, and the scan takes only a few seconds.
Sure.
It takes more time positioning a patient than for doing the scan.
So the symptom sign and the chest pain equivalent, brain attack, is almost immediately, or a code, stroke code, is almost immediately preparing the table for somebody to actually be wheeled in.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Absolutely.
And from then on, there is really no delay actually from...
Because, as the scan takes actually 5-6 seconds to be done, and you're seeing the images immediately, and looking for hemorrhage is not a big thing. All our technicians can see it very well. We have artificial intelligence coming in now, which will make it simpler. The neurologists, the neurology, even the residents, physicians, everyone can look at it. Once its hemorrhage is excluded, whether it's a mimic or it's a real stroke, you can go ahead and thrombolize if it's in the window period.
So we've minimized the time from symptom sign. We've minimized or really kind of shaved off minutes from the image part of it. Then what's the delay in actually getting that needle into the person?
It's the simple things. It's always the simple things.
Like
everywhere, it's the simple things. You do not, pardon my saying so in front of so many neurologists, you do not need an app to recognize a stroke. It is right there.
Right.
You do not need AI to make sure that there is no hemorrhage on the CT scan. The technician will tell you that. A first-year resident will tell you that. It's the simple things. It's the recognition that it is an emergency. It is the recognition that if it is not thrombolized, it is an act of commission as part of negligence. The ingrainment of this into our behavior, and everything will smoothly follow. That is the concept behind the whole thing.
And you're nodding your head very vigorously on that one.
That's what is required.
And you're agreeing that not doing something, if the first two steps are in place, is an act of commission.
It's like he said, orthopedicians were the first ones to thrombolize in Himachal using the hub and spoke model. It is like what is happening in Europe, where in emergency medical technicians are thrombolizing in the ambulance without a doctor having yet seen the patient.
So what we have is a potential space, the simple things, consent, or the inertia to start off, or the hierarchy of who sticks in the needle. Those may be places where we can actually now shave time off. So given these three parts of it.
And the amount of for the drug.
And
the government should be making it free.
Yeah.
And two, there should be insurance roped in for stroke.
So at this point in time, then the other conversation that happens is the simple but very, very difficult thing being, is the drug there, or is it available for a cost? And if so, who's bearing the cost for it? How does that kind of then get shortened out?
For the public sector, most of the hospitals now, they are getting free, right? In AIIMS, I know about it. In our hospital at Civil, it is being given free to the patient. Right, but in the private sector, you don't get it free. The patient has to bear for the cost.
And so from the previous panel, there was this conversation as to the caps for the expenditure within Ayushman Bharat or within the private insurance schemes. Stroke needs to be now a much better delineated number, which includes and incorporates costs for CTs, for the thrombolysis, and for any other additional services that need to be there. And that package needs to be well described and available, known to the hospital administrations, and also communicated fairly to the patients.
And also, for the Ayushman Bharat, Delhi is not included.
And Delhi is not included.
So we cannot exclude any state from the Ayushman Bharat.
Fair enough. But assuming that all these internal, inside the door delays are minimized. So somebody turns up at your doorstep And from doorstep to, what's your ideal time? Doorstep to, on your protocol, ideal time, doorstep to getting the thrombolysis?
It's a very good question, right? And it has to understand, we'll talk about the pre-notification because you have a time.
I have time.
That pre-notification
Yes,
is very
sure.
important.
I just want to get
So the door to needle time, which World Stroke Organization says, it should be 60 minutes. 60. But the way the standards are going in India, way they are going across every place, they're going to reduce to 30 minutes for, in general, for any which is stroke-ready center where the stroke protocols are set.
So a stroke-ready center should be under 30 minutes, and a kind of any facility should be no more than 60 minutes, 1 hour. Sir, how does it perform in Jhansi?
In India, it is average is 45 minutes. In last quarter, it was 40 minutes in Jhansi.
In 40 minutes in Jhansi, in your setup.
But this quarter, we have approached about 25 minutes. But there was some delay due to the consent of the patient. They are delaying about 30 minutes. One patient has taken 30 minutes in giving the consent because they are not believing that when we have said that there is 2% bleeding and all things may be happen. So they were delaying. After consulting many places by phone, Bombay or otherwise, then he has given the consent. But by giving the consent from them, the delay was 30 minutes in that case. But average is 25 minutes in this month.
Jhansi, you, Uttar Pradesh, 25 minutes from door to needle is a remarkable story, especially given, that's the reason why I said Jhansi district of Uttar Pradesh, because against the backdrop of health systems, that's quite remarkable. What's your average right now at Safdarjung?
We are not able to thrombolize because neurology is very limited. We are just 3 residents and 2 consultants. We are trying to rope in the medicine people, but all these glitches of being awareness among the CMO who mans the emergency, who decides whether we can thrombolize or not thrombolize, those glitches are there, so we are not able to thrombolize.
Sure.
That's a very sad situation, but it is there.
Which means then our time, once in the door, is pretty much on track to deliver high quality outcomes. What means then is that the people who reach the door, how long does it take for people to get to the door? What will move people quickly there is then the bigger question rather than what's happening. I mean, I know there's much to be done inside the door and there are varying levels of quality and time and quality and outcomes, but what happens before is the question.
That is the biggest question where the government initiatives and the media initiative can help us as a stroke neurologist and neurologist to do the things. There are 3 things, right? First is the pre-notification, the 108, which is the 911 in the West or the emergency medical services in the West. The 108 should be utilized in a proper format. There are some rules that 108 cannot go to this how many minutes to the other hospital. So it should go to when there is a stroke generated. They should have an understanding of stroke and they should be educated about stroke so they can take the patient to the stroke ready center rather than to a clinic where nothing can be done and you lose time. That is the first thing.
Fair enough. Dr. Mohan.
And second, I just want to mention about the government initiative. That has to be promoted on the national television as...
Fair enough. We understand the behavior change communications part of it. Dr. Mohan, on an average, how much time does it take for somebody to turn up at your doorstep? Is it hours, days?
Yeah, we train from around 3 districts.
Yes.
So it again depends on how far they have to travel. So maybe it takes 1 to 2 hours. Yeah.
It takes 1 to 2 hours for people to come into your doorstep. In Jhansi, how much time are you looking at? I know people call you for 1 hour, 1 year.
It is very well. If patients coming from the 100 kilometers, they are taking more time. If they are coming nearby places, they are taking less time.
So it's purely becoming a function of the distance from the facility that is there.
No, I do not agree, Dr. John.
Hang on, Dr. Neera and then you.
Okay. So it's the distance and the Delhi traffic. So what we have to see is that the patients are being transported in an ambulance wherein the traffic will be overtaken. To the ambulance, like the CATS facility, which is a bare minimum in Delhi, you call up and they say, no, we will not travel more than 14 kilometers. So they have to be trained. Every 7-8 kilometers, there have to be an ambulance service which takes them to a primary center at least.
Fair enough. Right. Faiz?
Not even a tertiary center, a secondary center.
Yeah, you were not agreeing with something.
Yeah, it's not just a question of transportation and space. It's again comes back to the same thing, awareness. Awareness is so important. I was in Delhi for 3 years in base hospital, Kirby Place, and I would get patients from within 40 kilometers of the hospital coming at third day. Amma ji being bought day after tomorrow. So that has to change. It's the small things. It's this. Have we ever heard of fast anywhere else? Has anybody here who's not a doctor heard of fast anywhere? We've seen everything right from gutka ads to this being the small things. Do we know that hypertension causes 80% of strokes in India? Do we know that along with the antihypertensive, just adding a tablet of folic acid brings down the mortality from stroke by 25%? How many of us do actually prescribe folic acid to all hypertensives?
Sure.
It's the simple things, the small things.
Simple things, small things. Dr. Mahajan, the other way. Yeah.
See, for me, 1 to 2 hours seems like a dream. You know, they come late, and very few fall in that window where you can thrombolize. Of course, awareness is growing and people are coming quicker. But to say that in our country, majority of patients are reaching in 1 to 2 hours, I think that we taking things too far. One. Number two, I think we also need to keep track of the outcomes. You know, sure. If we feel he's come in 2 hours and we thrombolize, but he's actually come in 20 hours, then the outcomes are going to be very, very poor. So one has to keep a track also of the outcomes. How many developed cerebral hemorrhage, which is far worse than, ischemic stroke. And so I think we should be real.
We should be real. We should be real to, sorry, I've run out of time, and if people have kind of indicated to me that we don't have time, sorry. So I'm going to kind of summarize and add my mirch masala on top. Sorry. The thing is this, that we have an awareness deficit. There was a trust deficit word called thing. I think we can kind of sort that out if we sort out this awareness deficit. There's an awareness deficit at the public level that stroke is a very real thing, that it is not something that happens to somebody else. It can happen anywhere, anytime, and everybody is more or less susceptible. And if you are diabetic, if you are hypertensive, if you've got some other preconditions, then you need to be aware even more. Even more important, equally important would be your first care provider, who's taking care of you long before you've had that stroke. So if you're on a hypertensive medicine, adding a folic acid is probably a no-brainer. Could you do that? Or if you're on a diabetic and you're smoking, then there's a conversation that needs to be had. Those are things that need to be inbuilt into it. The response system at the healthcare center needs to start from the lowest level. If an intern shouts chest pain, there's a cascade of actions. That intern needs to be now primed, or the MBBS student at the first level needs to be primed to understand the consequences of not recognizing and shouting out stroke. That needs to be also paid attention to, whether it's mediated by an app or whether it's a protocol, a stroke protocol, whatever it is unconscionable that a healthcare center should not have a preparedness to respond to a stroke. Stroke-ready units are not just neurology centers. Stroke-ready units are every center where a person, can you please get me back my voice? Yes, thank you so much. A stroke-ready center is any place where somebody will land up and say, or show signs and symptoms of an impending or an ongoing stroke, and that needs to be responded to. The cost aspects of it, whether it's out of pocket or whether it is going to be reimbursed out, needs a thorough discussion. Ayushman Bharat alone cannot take the entire burden of it. Private health insurance cannot take the entire burden of it. And both of these right now only account for less than 30% of the total cost. 70% of the total costs are going out of pocket. And that is a phenomenally big expenditure with very poor outcomes, because people are really speaking not coming within 2 to 3 hours. People are coming in 20, 24, 48 hours, and they still end up spending a lot of money with sequelae for life. And those are far more expensive than just the out-of-pocket expenditure that happened. I think the stroke effort, the stroke associations, the World Stroke Organizations, and all of you neurologists and neurology associations today have an opportunity to reframe what primary response will mean. We need it not only for stroke but for a variety of conditions, you being one of the most sensitive and most expensive ones at it. Is this the opportunity? Is this the moment that we are actually going to see the swing in how we respond? And I suspect neurology associations and neurologists, you can talk to the leaders, elected ones and non-elected ones, and you can exhibit leadership in your hospital settings to empower the management of early stroke individuals so that there are better outcomes. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation. I didn't have time to come back to you, my apologies, but hopefully you will have a lot to chew on, not only from this conversation but also a good lunch outside after this session. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you to all our speakers and the moderator, Dr. Bobby John, for this conversation. I would request Mr. Vivekanand Mishra, Vice President, IHW Council, to please come on stage and present our speakers with a small gift from our side, a memento, for coming here and sharing with us their experience, their thoughts and suggestions for improving care for stroke patients. A memento for Dr. Harsh Mahajan, MD Mahajan Imaging. A memento for Dr. Neera Chaudhary, HOD Neurology, Safdarjung Hospital. A memento for Dr. Faiz Ahmed, Senior Advisor and Head of Department Neurology, Command Hospital. Dr. Arvind Sharma, Department of Neurology, Zydus Hospital. Dr. D.S. Gupta. I would request all our speakers and the moderator to please gather for a group photograph. Big round of applause for all our esteemed speakers on the stage, and thank you to them for taking us through this important discussion. Here is a video message from Dr. Kapil Singhal, Senior Consultant Neurologist at Metro Hospital.
Namaskar, I am Dr. Kapil Kumar Singhal. I am a Senior Consultant Neurologist in Metro Hospital, Noida. स्ट्रोक और पैरालिसिस एक बहुत कॉमन बीमारी है और भारत के अंदर लगभग हर 20 सेकंड में एक व्यक्ति को स्ट्रोक होता है। हम ऐसे कह सकते हैं कि भारत में लगभग 1 लाख लोगों में से 150 लोगों को स्ट्रोक या पैरालिसिस का अटैक होता है। लेकिन कुछ ऐसा है कि हम स्ट्रोक का अभी भी पूरी तरीके से ट्रीटमेंट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं और जिसमें सबसे बड़ी रुकावट जो मैं समझता हूँ वो है कि हम सही समय पे स्ट्रोक के लक्षणों को पहचान नहीं पाते हैं, सही समय पे हम हॉस्पिटल नहीं पहुँच पाते हैं। स्ट्रोक के ट्रीटमेंट में हमारे पास ऐसी मेडिकेशंस 20 साल से भी अधिक समय से अवेलेबल है जो इस्केमिक स्ट्रोक या ब्लड की रुकावट आने से जो स्ट्रोक होता है उसमें दी जाए तो 60 से 70% पेशेंट्स को बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट रिकवरी हो सकती है। उसके लिए ज़रूरत है सही समय पे लक्षणों को पहचानने की और समय पे एक ऐसे हॉस्पिटल में पहुंचने की जहां पे सीटी स्कैन की सुविधा उपलब्ध हो। स्ट्रोक से मेजर डिसेबिलिटी होती है और एक व्यक्ति को पैरालिसिस हो जाए तो आगे का जीवन उसका बिल्कुल बर्बाद हो सकता है। स्ट्रोक समिट एक प्रयास है इस स्ट्रोक से संबंधित परेशानियों को समझने का, स्ट्रोक को क्यों हम सही से ट्रीटमेंट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं उनको समझने का, समाज में स्ट्रोक के प्रति मीडिया के द्वारा, पॉलिटिशियंस के द्वारा और जनरल लोगों में अवेयरनेस बढ़ाने के साथ साथ स्ट्रोक के बारे में जानकारी फैलाने का एक प्रयास जिससे कि हम भारत में होने वाली डिसेबिलिटी को कम कर सकें, स्ट्रोक को रोक कर सकें, स्ट्रोक को स्टॉप कर सकें। यही हमारा प्रयास है एज ए न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट, एज ए डॉक्टर, एज इंडियन, कि हम स्ट्रोक को रोक सकें। थैंक यू।
We shall now break for lunch and return at 2:30 for the rest of the sessions. We'll see you again at 2:30. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Would request you all to take your seats, clear the aisles. We'll start the program shortly. As you all may be aware, today there are some exceptional circumstances. There are protests which are being carried out across the nation. There was a stoppage of traffic at the Delhi-Gurgaon border, and a number of our speakers and delegates are having a tough time reaching here on time. As a result, some of these sessions are either getting delayed or the situation remains fluid. We will continue with our program, but we will honor our speakers who are making an effort to come here but are stranded for reasons beyond their control and wait for them. I would request all of you to kindly settle down. We will restart our proceedings, and we'll just do a quick recap of the IHW Council. The work that it is doing. It has got the Stroke Summit to you and has been bringing up important healthcare issues amongst the healthcare fraternity and all key stakeholders of healthcare in India.
Possibilities often get defined by our health, and diseases limit individual capacity to realize its full potential, despite having a rapidly growing economy. The 130 crore strong Indian population is facing critical health challenges. The lack of clean air, nutritious food, and drinkable water is contributing to increasing disease burden. The country faces the dichotomy of increasing prevalence of communicable and non-communicable diseases, with the majority being devoid of accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare. In the wake of a swelling disease burden and severely compromised health ecosystem, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council was formed as a think tank that concerns with health and well-being of human enterprise and existence, with the belief that holistic health gets defined by the way we live, think, move, and what we consume. The Council has worked towards many aspects of preventive, promotive, and curative health. Through many of its initiatives, IHW Council has ensured effective communication on a myriad of health subjects and has driven the health agenda through multi-stakeholder engagements. Through its first initiative, the India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, the Council has endeavored to amplify the discourse on essential of health, good food, good air, good water, and good medicine. While CSR Health Impact Awards focused on inspiring more health-focused CSR efforts, Ayushman Bharat Conclave witnessed experts deliberating upon the government's mega health initiative Ayushman Bharat. With the objectives of promoting research-based health education and upskilling of doctors, IHW Council put spotlight on the guidelines subject of continuing medical education. IHW Council has time and again taken up important issues with the larger public drive, such as the Good Air movement, through which it envisions to engage 50 crore people by 2025 and promote collective responsibility against air pollution challenges. The IHW Council initiatives have received the wholehearted support of the leading policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, innovators, health experts, celebrities and influencers.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है.
Exceptional contribution to health space has also been recognized through such initiatives. These forums also received an overwhelming response from the industry. Several legendary brands have come out to support these efforts and have become the real change agents. In its efforts to make health a priority, IHW Council is committed to the making of a healthier India.
Hi, I am Dr. Sanjay Kumar Saxena. I am a neurologist at Max Hospitals. There are more than 2-3 millions of the people who are suffering from stroke in India, and this is not the real number. The number is much bigger than that. क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग तो शायद आते ही नहीं हॉस्पिटल में, उनकी रजिस्ट्री नहीं होती, पता ही नहीं चलता उनको स्ट्रोक हो गया. एंड स्ट्रोक इज़ अ डिवास्टेटिंग डिजीज़. अगर किसी को स्ट्रोक हो जाता है तो शायद वो फॉर द होल लाइफ वो पर्सन लूजेज मैनी फंक्शंस ऑफ विच हिज बॉडी कैन परफॉर्म. सबसे बड़ा रीज़न क्यों इंडिया में स्ट्रोक की इंसिडेंस बढ़ रही है, इंडिया में इट इज़ द सेकेंड लीडिंग कॉज ऑफ डेथ एंड द नंबर 1 कॉज ऑफ परमानेंट डिसेबिलिटी इन इंडिया. तो इसको इतनी ख़राब बीमारी होते हुए भी इतनी नॉलेज क्यों कम है लोगों में, ये अभी भी एक डिस्कशन का विषय हो सकता है. शायद हम लोग हार्ट को प्रायोरिटी देते हैं क्योंकि हार्ट अटैक में इतना तेज़ दर्द होता है कि इंसान टाइम पे ही हॉस्पिटल पहुंच जाते हैं और ट्रीटमेंट ले लेते हैं, लेकिन ब्रेन अटैक को तो पहचानना ही मुश्किल है. स्ट्रोक को आइडेंटिफाई करना एक बहुत चैलेंज है. कई बार डॉक्टर्स के लिए भी चैलेंज हो जाता है, तो आम आदमी के लिए भी चैलेंज होगा ही होगा. जैसे कि हम एक समिट होने जा रही है, इसके थ्रू लोगों को अवेयरनेस पता है कि अगर स्ट्रोक टाइम पर आइडेंटिफाई हो जाता है और एक टाइम फ्रेम में हम समय वेस्ट ना करते हुए किसी हॉस्पिटल में पहुंच जाते हैं जहां इसका उपचार संभव है, तो शायद हम एक ऐसी ज़िंदगी को बचा सकते हैं और ना केवल ज़िंदगी बच जाएगी बल्कि एक प्रोडक्टिव लाइफ बच जाएगी. पेशेंट को अगर पैरालिटिक अटैक हो गया और एक टाइम विंडो में पहुंच जाते हैं हॉस्पिटल में, वहाँ ट्रीटमेंट अगर उनको मिल जाता है तो जो भी उनकी डेफिसिट या पैरालिसिस होती है वो रिवर्ट बैक हो जाती है, नॉर्मल हो सकती है. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा आह्वान हम लोगों को दोबारा से शुरू करना है, लोगों को पहुँचाना है. ये एक छोटा सा स्टेप है समिट का जिसके थ्रू हम लोगों तक पहुँच सकते हैं. स्पॉट द स्ट्रोक एंड स्टॉप द स्ट्रोक, दैट इज़ वॉट इट शुड बी. सो आई विश everybody gets some information about this bad disease so that early steps can be taken and the patient can be brought to the hospital at the right time and in the right window so that we can salvage a very, very productive and God's gifted life. Thank you very much.
Welcome back after a hearty lunch. I hope all of you have a bigger appetite for more information and strategies on how to make India stroke ready. We will now welcome Dr. Lakshmi Narasimhan, Regional Director, Institute of Neurology, Madras Medical College, Chennai. He has a presentation for us on stroke management. Please welcome on stage Dr. Lakshmi Narasimhan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to. I come from greetings from Chennai, where, with the help of Professor Padma Srivastav, Professor Dheeraj Khurana, and Professor Dr. Jayaraj Pandian, we were able to initiate a program called SCRIPT. So, what we have done so far is we have created what is called a SCRIPT, which is a stroke treatment with TPA and thrombectomy. This is a state-run program. So, my acknowledgements to these people, by which what we are able to do is, we have created totally 55 spokes and 23 hubs. The 23 hubs are functioning in the various medical colleges, and each medical college is attached to the nearest district headquarters hospital, and which will, under the guidance of each hub, these spokes will function. And we have mapped them into the in the real-time Google map, where if you click, you will know each center who is the nodal officer in charge, and the staff, nurses, everything will come. So the ambulance driver of the 108 ambulance are trained on the pre-hospital Cincinnati scale, and they will, moment they know the question, we have gone one step further. We have included the fast in the, whenever anybody makes a call to the ambulance 108, the first 4 questions will be asked as fast. All the 4, she will run through the questions, is what is the emergency. On that we have included all the 4 questions. The moment these 4 questions are done, then she will direct the ambulance driver who is going to do the pre-hospital Cincinnati scale. So this is the program which we have trained all these people. I just want to, this, at least for the people who are, this is one of the case. You can see a classical example of the, I am showing this not for the experts, stroke experts here. I feel that this crowd has so many other people who are stakeholders in the field and NGOs. I just wanted, you see, it's got a grade 0 power prior to thrombolysis, and on the day of walking out of the hospital, you can see this is the impact we can create on them. A fellow who has got grade 0 power, not even a circumduction gait. So I see the fellow with the grade 0 power thrombolizing, and this is the kind of impact which all of us are trying to make in the society. We do not want them to be morbidly hemiplegic and walking around and being a burden to the society. This is exactly what we are trying to do. So, as Dheeraj and others, all the panelists pointed out, we have to look in both directions. One is on the therapy as well as in the primordial and the prevention. The at-risk population, actions to be taken to inhibit the health risk factors subsequent to preventing the stroke, as well as the screening camps and health awareness and treating the risk factors. And in the community level, there is so much of economic heterogeneity. Those who can afford for a high funda setup, all these things, now by way of the coverage. For example, the Chief Minister's, Honorable Chief Minister's Chief Insurance Scheme is covering the entire stroke package, including thrombectomy in our state, as well as the Ayushman. So both the coverages are there. So both are there so that all the patients are getting free of cost. So the economic heterogeneity we can always fight up. So the at-risk community, and here we bought, for the acute care we bought this is a stroke ambulance. You can see this, I just want to show you the picture. The stroke ambulance is one which has got a inbuilt CT, which is the Schiller's CT. We bought it, we cannot serve it with the stroke CT everywhere. The moment it can take a CT and then immediately send it to the packs of all the hubs. The ambulance, 2 ambulances will start, it will meet midway, they transfer the patient onto the stroke ambulance where they do the CT and then transfer the data. So even before the patient reaches the center, this ambulance, the advantage, which right now, this is a different color, this carries all the messages on the stroke. So this is more useful that what is this ambulance? Everybody is asking about what is this ambulance, so that the message also for the stroke is being spread on this. So it will serve, even though you cannot cover the entire state with the purpose of which is, it is also used as an IEC tool. On the sides it carries all the messages. So this is the ambulance, and then what I dream of is just this is a slide which I say. See, as soon as the patient wheels in, he should pass through the stroke assessment corridor, imaging corridor, biochemical screen, thrombolysis, cerebral angioplasty corridor. This is what I dream of. And as Madam said, the spoke and hub model will work, and all these strokes and hubs will have one place where there is a stroke city. This is my dream. The stroke city will have post-stroke care and stroke rehabilitation. In that, we will have motor rehabilitation, cognitive rehabilitation, sensory rehabilitation, home-based, all this integrated in the stroke city. And you know that this stroke spoke, stroke hub and stroke city with all these facilities will be all our dream in future, and this spoke and hub model would work as guided by Professor Padma Srivastava and Jayaraj Pandyan and Dheeraj Khulana. We were able to take off in our state. We are doing it. The one painful fact which I want to show, 2,000 cases per month we get stroke. Only 40 people are getting thrombolized. For various reasons, they are not able to come on time. They are not able, few people are not aware. So we are looking at various bottlenecks why they are not able to come on time. Even though our door to needle time, we are able to reduce it to about, in a government college, medical college setup, we are able to do it about around 80 minutes. And we are trying to reduce it further because, there will be a long queue. We have a green channel CT. Our resident will be there in the ER. The moment stroke comes, he will examine, he'll carry the patient to the CT with a green channel CT done, and then thrombolize and then shift him to the stroke ward. This is how the system works. But ultimately, when we join all our hands, I am sure that we will take our country to stroke ready. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Narasimhan. We'll now move on to our next session, where we are going to talk about stroke care in India when it comes to states. Now, with 130 crore population in India spread over 28 states and 9 union territories, it becomes a mega challenge to make the country stroke ready. Therefore, it becomes essential that the best practices and learnings from one state across regions is shared, and on how each state is tackling the lack of skilled resources, technology, inequality protocols, and various other challenges in stroke care. This session will have state representatives bring forward their experiences for a more consolidated and uniform effort. Till we are setting up the stage, I will introduce the speakers on this panel. We have Dr. Manas Pratim Roy, who is the Deputy Assistant Director General at the Directorate General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, the Government of India. He has contributed to the drafting and finalization of the guidelines for prevention and management of stroke 2019. Also on this panel, we have Dr. Shibra Harith, Assistant Director, NABH. Dr. Shipra Harith has 17 years plus of experience in health management, public health and hospital administration. She is an expert in comprehensive experience in managing day-to-day hospital operations, maintenance of emergency requirements as per standard operating procedures, including teaching and training. We also have on this panel Dr. Amresh B. Singh, DGM, NCD and State Blood Cell, National Health Mission, Uttar Pradesh. He is a public health expert, and Dr. Singh is responsible for the NCD Flexible Pool of State Blood Bank Services. We also have Dr. Gopal Chauhan, State Program NCD Officer, Himachal Pradesh. He is responsible for several projects such as NCD, Telestroke, Model Rural Health Research Unit, the Task Force Program for Control of Cancer, Oral and Cervix. So we've already seen a presentation on how the telestroke model is working in Himachal Pradesh, and we'd like to learn more from Dr. Gopal Chauhan on what is working and how this can be replicated in other states. We also have Dr. Bipin Gopal, Assistant Director, Directorate of Health Services, Government of Kerala. His key highlights include implementation of NCD control programs in 14 districts of Kerala, covering all health units. We also have Dr. Sanjay Nirula, Consultant, Government Hospital, Gurgaon, joining us in this discussion. Would welcome all the speakers on stage, Dr. Manas Pratham Roy, Dr. Shipra Harith, Dr. Amrish B. Singh and Dr. Gopal Chauhan. Please put your hands together and welcome them on stage. Dr. Bipin Gopal, Dr. Sanjay Nirula, and the moderator for this discussion is Ms. Tina Thakur, journalist of the Economic Times. She has been into journalism for 16 years and has begun her work with the Pioneer, and she has worked in the Indian Express, the Deccan Chronicle and the HT Mint in various roles. Currently, she is working as senior journalist in the Economic Times. A round of applause for all our speakers on stage, and I'll hand it over to Tina to take the discussion forward.
So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And we are here talking about a really important topic, which is stroke. And because we have in Government of India, we have this program which is specifically on NCDs and stroke. So without wasting much of time, I'll just go to Mr. Manas. And I would like to know more about what the government is doing on this, and how much is the budgetary allocation, and do you think, is it enough? Is India on track?
So you see, there are two components. One is preventive, another is curative. For taking care of curative aspects, obviously neurologists are there, but we always believe that prevention is far better than cure, right? So first, coming to the preventive aspect, the national program for cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases and stroke, that is in place since 2010, right? So basically our focus is basically on health promotion and disease prevention. So for that, there is provision for IC activities, there are provision for health education, and we do have our machinery spread till community level for making people aware about the risk factors, for example hypertension and other results if the things are not taken care of in time, right? And coming to the curative part, well, under the program there are near about 175 cardiac care units. I'm again specifying cardiac care units because initially cardiac care unit was emphasized, and later on it was thought that the cardiac care unit should be upgraded to cardiac and stroke care unit. So all the we would be starting from all the cardiac care units to take care of the stroke patients also, and yes, for that there are certain budgetary provision. For example, for developing a dedicated stroke care unit, there is provision for 1 crore per stroke unit, and to start with, obviously we will be preferring all the district hospitals which are already having CT facilities, and for converting cardiac care units into cardiac and stroke care units, there is again provision for near about 50 lakh. And well, although both the preventive and the curative aspects are already taken care of, again we really need to make people aware of just to seek care in time. You see, since morning you have been repeatedly told about fast. The T stands for time, and time means lives, right? So unless and until we are able to reach patients in time to the hospital, probably we will not be able to serve the purpose. And again, we need to depend on referral transport as well. On one aspect, there is provision for taking care of stroke patients. On another aspect, we are educating people about the possible causes of stroke and how to recognize them. But in between these, we need to strengthen our referral system. which is already working well, but probably if we want to maintain the dignity of golden hour, probably that needs to be strengthened further.
Thank you so much. So we have representatives from different states. Now all the states are very different when it comes to the size and otherwise there are states which we have state like Kerala where the literacy rate is obviously higher, and then we have a very peculiar state which is Uttar Pradesh. We'll come to the states later, but I just want to know because there are very disturbing figures that I saw in the morning when I was reading about stroke. It says that in India every 20 seconds an Indian suffers from a stroke, and also there is a study which says that Indians are more susceptible to stroke as compared to their Western counterparts. I want to know from Dr. Sanjay Narula, like why are we prone to stroke? What is it that we have as Indians and maybe the Western counterparts don't have?
I think first of all is our diet. We eat a lot of fats, then we do less of exercise. More important than that is we don't take treatment for the precursors of the stroke, like hypertension, diabetes. They are not diagnosed early and they are not treated early, and that leads to the stroke.
So are we saying that diabetes and hypertension can also lead to a stroke?
Yes. Diabetes, hypertension, they are precursors of stroke. People who have diabetes, people who have hypertension.
Because I've seen that mostly people will think that they may have a cardiovascular problem, but not a stroke, not a brain stroke. So their heart could be affected, but not brain, with diabetes or with hypertension. But if you're saying that it can also lead to, like, why that awareness is still missing in a country like India?
You see, maybe people are not informed well. Maybe people don't want to spend too much on their own health. People don't get their regular annual medical checkups, which is done in other countries, so that these diseases are diagnosed early. But since I belong to a small state of Haryana, what I can say is that, like our NCD program, now each and every grassroots worker is going to every household in the state, and they are taking some histories, and they are trying to find patients who are likely to be hypertensive, diabetes. They are diagnosing them, bringing them to the hospital, and people are getting early treatment for this disease. So early treatment for this disease definitely will help in preventing more stroke cases.
So you said that you are also talking about early diagnosis.
Yeah.
So how do people get to know about the symptoms? Like, we are talking about fast, and I just got to know that since morning we have been talking about fast. But do you think a person standing next to who's actually suffering or having a stroke will understand that there could be some changes on the face or say arms, and then it's time to call the ambulance? Like what do you will have to tell about the golden hour? Like, how much time do we have till starting from a person who's facing these kind of problems?
This acting fast has many components, starting directly from the patient or the relatives. Then it comes to the referral transport, how quickly he is transported to the hospital, then how quickly the CT scan is done, how quickly the treatment is started. These are all the components of acting fast. For first step is to diagnose early at your place where you are staying. The people, there can be a general awareness for the people, so that if somebody is even if I am not a doctor, if somebody is standing near me and I find that his face is drooping or his limb is not working, so I can just suspect he might be having a problem, and I can just call 108. Then of course, then after that the medical team takes over, brings to the hospital quickly as possible. Like in Haryana, we are a small state. In 50 kilometers, you can cover whole of the district. And we have a very good transport system, referral transport system, 108. And then most of our hospitals have in-house CT and MRI. Within 15 minutes after arrival, you can get a CT scan report. Only thing lacking in states like us is, because at present we don't have a specialized stroke program. We are going towards it. We have selected 6 districts for that. Only thing is a specialized treatment. You see, we don't have any neurologist. The whole of the Haryana state government service don't have a neurologist. We have physicians. We are training the physicians to give at least the medical management of the stroke, that is thrombectomy. They do the thrombolysis. Rest part we don't have. We can't do surgery at our district hospitals or government hospitals. So early is many things. Coming early involves all these aspects. Golden hour includes all these things. How early it is diagnosed, how early patient comes to the hospital, how early the CT scan is done, and how early the treatment is started. That determines whether the patient will survive or not, and if he survives, what will be his disabilities and what will be his problem.
Dr. Bipin Gopal, I'll come to you. So we just got to know that there is a shortage of neurologists and neurosurgeons. What about in a state like Kerala, where because they started saying that obviously the literacy rate is higher. So is there any change? Is there any the way you react to a problem which is stroke, Kerala different than what maybe in UP is?
Literacy doesn't mean health literacy. Health literacy, even if there is health literacy, if people doesn't think that health is their responsibility, things like stroke or cardiac diseases is bound to happen. That's the reason why, even though Kerala is highly literate, we have a burden of NCDs very high. I think highest in the state in the whole country. So literacy doesn't mean that they need to be.
Do we have a stroke registry?
Yeah, we have a stroke registry in Trivandrum, and when the stroke is concerned, the people need to identify that okay, the symptoms that I am having is maybe due to stroke, and the places that patient used to go, the primary health centers, the primary care physicians, they need to understand that okay, this may be a case of stroke, and this needs to be referred to the higher center. And at the higher center, the people who are receiving the patient are the emergency medicine people or the casualty medical officers. They need to identify that this is stroke and this has to be managed in an emergency way. So this is the change that we try to make in Kerala. We took community stroke program as a priority, and with the help of Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences, we had sessions with ASHA workers, we had sessions with Kudumbashree workers, the people at the grassroots level, to encourage people to identify the symptoms of stroke. Then we trained our primary care physicians in stabilizing and identifying stroke and prompt referral. And at the district hospital level, we have stroke units in all the district hospitals. 8 of them are now thrombolizing, rest are still waiting for the thrombolysis. Every district hospital in Kerala has got a CT scan system, and we have an abundance of neurologists, especially in the private sector, but we have only a few neurologists in the health services, but we are thrombolizing with the help of physicians by using telestroke, and also we are linked to the HLL, the Hindustan Latex Limited. They have a tele-radiology services. So all the CT scans are connected to the tele-radiology service. So you can have a CT scan read in just 20 minutes time. So we can save time there also. So it's a stroke-ready state as such. But even then, the lead time the patient reaches a stroke-ready center is approximately 3 to 3.5 hours. That means that culture has to take shape, and it has to come from the people down from the ground level itself.
Why do you think there is a problem of awareness among people?
People being literate, and the buying capacity of the people is also good, and so the lifestyle of people has changed drastically. There is a 38% of the people are having hypertension, nearly 34% is having diabetes. So it is a hub of lifestyle diseases, and of course we know that lifestyle diseases lead to stroke and heart attack. People don't think that it is their problem. When a stroke happens, it's somebody else's problem. When
you say somebody else's problem, what do you mean by that?
No, when we talk about stroke, okay, this is not going to happen to me, is the thing that people do have. So that behavior change, communication has to happen. Rather than showing IEC, it's better to change the behavior of the people and to change the culture, the health-seeking behavior of the people. And I think it's the best place to work it out is Kerala because of the literacy of the people.
But sir, when we are saying that, you know, it's a hub of NCDs and all, communicable diseases and other problems, and which may lead to stroke as well. Why don't we have enough neurologists or neurosurgeons? And why are we saying that we are giving trainings to physicians when we have doctors, which we are nowadays we have doctors specifically treating diabetes and not a general medicine doctor who will be treating diabetes. And for something which is as crucial as brain, how do you think a physician can do justice to, a complicated thing which is brain? And why do you think we have not been able to attract enough neurologists or neurosurgeons?
We have to change that mind block. After all, what is TPA? TPA is just a drug. For administering TPA, an orthopedician is giving TPA in Himachal Pradesh. So we should not think that a drug is particular to any clan of medicine, or it's their religion or something like that. So decentralization of the medicine, the super speciality, is the keyword that is going on in Kerala. We have decentralized cancer care down to the taluk level hospitals, now the stroke care to the district level hospitals, and further down, if we can move down, that will be beneficial for the patient. So we are not going to get a neurologist for the government pay, the pay which the government is providing, because the multi-specialty hospitals are paying much higher than that we give in the government. So with the support, with the technical support of the neurologists who are working in the private hospitals and in the government hospitals through the telemedical system, we can definitely bring up the capacity of the physicians and the primary care physicians to treat all diseases, not only stroke, all diseases at the primary care level or the secondary level. I think Dr. Gopal Chavan will also agree to that.
Yeah. So we'll come to UP because it's an important state, it's vast, and it has its own problems. So where is this problem of stroke there, sir, in UP?
There are so many components of it. The first one is awareness, and the second one is awareness among the relatives of the patient who is suffering from stroke. Because if they are not aware what he is going through, because the patient who is suffering by stroke cannot tell anybody what I am going through. Awareness is a problem. Government commitment is not a problem, because in UP everything is free. We did two things in UP. First, we developed a pathway for stroke management with the help of Dr. Padma. She is our mentor in UP for stroke management. Second, we worked on hub and spoke model. So we identified some medical colleges where there are neurologists, and we trained physicians from district hospital to symbolize the patient who come to their center. Like example is Dr. Gupta, who was in the morning session, he was here. He has done nearly 150 thrombolysis in his Jhansi district hospital. So the basic problem is literacy and awareness of stroke. What to do when a person suffers from stroke. The awareness has to be increased in the community so that they can reach the facility at the time where there is a facility for thrombolysis and early management of stroke, which is required. That time is the most important thing, everybody will know. And in UP, we are doing it in 18 district hospitals and our 9 medical colleges, and we are planning to increase it to 36 more district hospitals, and we don't have any kind of crunch for funds for the drug required for thrombolysis of this thing.
And do you have enough doctors, sir?
The problem of doctors are there. We don't have enough doctors which are required. Because that only our doctors are overburdened, so at some centers they are not able to do it like they have to do it. That in golden hour they are not able to, they are not in the hospital, or the whole day they have worked, they have seen a OPD of patient like more than 200 patients, and then if they get a patient of stroke which requires immediate action, so sometimes they miss that kind of thing, because all doctors, physicians are overburdened in UP. We lack in the doctors in UP, that is truth.
But are we saying that we are stroke ready, sir?
We are stroke ready in 18 district hospitals, and we are stroke ready at our 9 medical colleges. There all patients are being treated timely.
So do we have enough awareness in UP, sir?
We are trying on it, but UP...
How are you trying?
We do it on, by so many methods, like on Doordarshan, DD channel, we have a program on every Tuesday and Wednesday, and we make it sure that every year minimum 2 or 3 programs is there on stroke awareness. So we get calls from different districts to know about the stroke, what is stroke and how to get treatment for it. And we, regular basis, we do IC on newspapers, social media and multimedia campaign we do for stroke. Like when the stroke day is there, we do a 15-day campaign for the awareness generation in whole of the state of UP.
Sir, what about Himachal, sir?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Himachal, as Dr. Manas said, that there are two aspects. One is, the awareness in the communities. Second is the readiness of the health institutions. Because when you aware people, there is a lot of demand, and then you have to address that demand also. What we did in 2014 in the state of Himachal Pradesh under guidance of Dr. Padma, there were only 2 neurologists at that time in the state, and currently there are 4. We generated a lot of awareness among people. Till it is not up to the satisfaction level. But we made some readiness from the department that we started the stroke care units in 19 hospitals, including 2 medical colleges as hub and 17 as spokes. As of now, we have been able to thrombolize 379 patients, out of which, as Dr. Bipin Gopal said, that the neurologist has thrombolized 188 patients, and the physicians, some orthopedicians and even MBBS doctors, they have thrombolized 88 patients in districts and sub-district level. What I wanted to convey is, do not
leave. So I'll take you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the insight. And I wanted to talk about a lot about Kerala, but maybe next time. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can get on.
Thank you. Now, what has happened in 17 stroke units? Those who are located in the district, we are having 12 districts and some civil hospitals also. They are all functional. But the beauty is, we are providing the TPA free of cost from the state headquarters, from the state budget. Meaning thereby, if we are developing faith on people that this treatment is free, once you bring the patient to the hospital, the disease is treatable. Because likewise in Punjab, I was discussing with Dr. G.V. Singh in the morning, there is a lot of quackery attached with this system. If somebody is getting paralyzed, they do not take the patient to the hospital. They go to the local temple, they go to some quacks. It is not what I am saying about Himachal Pradesh. We organized CME last year for all of the states, and the question was similar, that patients do not reach to the hospital, they go to the quacks. Now, in Himachal Pradesh, there are a lot of gaps, I say, but still we are able to, sustain our effort. They are continuously doing the thrombolysis at district and sub-district level. Even MBBS doctors are doing this. And we need to do this cascade and to attract patient, but the lack is on the IEC part. We are not able to generate lot of awareness among people. Still, I presume that round about 100, stroke used to happen in state of Himachal Pradesh every year, 1,000. But we are able to treat only 100 or 150 per year. That's a big gap. But yeah, it is. I have the per year report. This year from April 2018, we have been able to thrombolize 36 patients. But this is quite less. I think we have lost more than 300 patients. Now we have application also. We are generating lot of awareness, as Dr. Manas said, that the ASHA workers are going to house for population enumeration. Now this is the part of that system. They used to ask patient that if you are having hypertension, if you are having diabetes, you are highly prone to develop stroke. And they used to go for their checkup frequently to the institutions, and I am lucky that there was a review of NCD program. As far as my state is concerned, we are leading the screening in the country, and I hope that within next 2 to 3 years, our model will be one of the good replicable model. And even this has been published in good journal also, the Himachal story. And we have a telefilm also. You can access the on YouTube also. It is HP Telestroke project, that how it is working and what are the complications due to the geographical and topographic in Himachal Pradesh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Manas, since he's talked about Himachal's, way of tackling stroke, are we, and he says it's the best, are we following the model or replicating or trying to replicate in other countries, because it's a Government of India program as well?
So, you see, we really admire the fact that whatever Himachal Pradesh is doing, whatever Kerala is doing is a tremendous job. Because we are yet to replicate it across the country. Yes, to start with, we may always go for this hub and stroke model, but probably we need to make every district hospital capable enough to take care of stroke. So that's the basic goal that we are aiming at.
So what is when do we think that it will happen? There has to be some deadline to it. Is there any deadline that we have put that, by, we have these SDGs where we want to get rid of some problems, but is there any deadline that we have put, the government has put that, by this year we'll be able to handle the situation well?
So as far as the question of handling the situation well is concerned, again, I am reiterating the fact that prevention is better than cure. We have started population-based training where we are going from door to door for screening of hypertension, diabetes, and as it has been repeatedly mentioned, you control diabetes, you control hypertension, automatically the prevalence of or the problems of stroke will come down, right? So on one hand, we are trying to bring down the problem so as to reduce the load on the district hospitals, and on the other hand, we are trying to upgrade our district hospital to make stroke ready. And in terms of deadlines are concerned, yes, as you know that there is Ayushman Bharat, there is provision for health and wellness center under Ayushman Bharat. By 2022, there will be 1.5 lakh health and wellness center across the country, right? I mean, that means huge. And with the help of this health and wellness center, we will be definitely reaching to the every last mile and to the every citizen to make them aware about the stroke, to bring down the prevalence of hypertension and diabetes and stroke, obviously.
That's quite ambitious.
It is.
Dr. Kashipa Harit, I'll come to you. So when I was just telling you that I read it somewhere that not more than 10% of patients with stroke are fortunate enough to get high-end treatment, which is ironical. And you are from NABH. What do you have to say about the technological advances that we have in the hospitals these days? Yeah.
It's working. Okay, Stan, thank you for the question. So I'm going to pick a clue from what Dr. Manas said, and going from the preventive side to the curative side. So basically from the NABH perspective, we are into the accreditation of the healthcare organizations. So from the pre-ambulance society to the on-site treatment of the patient. So considering our standards and the standardization, any standards for that matter, help in better treatment of the patient. And how, as we have talked since morning, we've been talking about fast. What is the turnaround time for the doctor or the healthcare worker to address the patient? How much time it is taken for the doctor to actually thrombolize the patient? All those things are taken into consideration within the standards. And from the technology perspective, we have also certain standards wherein we mention about how technology, not in the clinical perspective, but how the hospital has incorporated newly advanced things. The standards are very generic. So it's not specialized to certain specialities. But one of our standards mentions about how individual hospital tends to incorporate newer technologies within the hospital. And since we have a lot of senior government officials sitting with us, I would like to tell on record that places like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and a lot of hospitals in Uttar Pradesh, a lot of hospitals have undergone entry-level certification. So the entry-level certification is almost like a building block for the hospitals. And how the certification helps in building up these hospitals. So basically they help in strengthening of processes. So once this process is strengthened, once you know that there's a credentialing and privileging of the doctors, when you know that your trained staff is available, when you know that there's a certain policy which is in place for the availability of the drugs, there's a certain mechanism in the hospital which is in place for addressing the specific patient with regard to, and there are certain protocols of each and every patient who's coming to the hospital. For example, for a cardiac, what is the protocol set in? Similarly for the stroke, are the set protocols being addressed? And happy to say that places like UP, Himachal not there, but UP and Haryana, or a lot of district hospitals, government hospitals have taken that initiative of getting into the quality bandwagon, which covers all aspects of healthcare.
Yeah,
So-
may I add? May I add? You see, I stay in Gurgaon, and Gurgaon has a lot of corporate hospitals. See, I've studied their program very closely. All big hospitals have a special telephone number for stroke. See, they publicize it that if you are at home and you are suspecting a stroke, please call this number. That number goes to the hospital and the hospital becomes ready before the patient comes. We can take a clue from here. Why can't we have a stroke helpline number? Let there be a stroke helpline number which can at least guide the patient to the nearest stroke ready center where he can go, and it simultaneously gives the information to the center that such and such a patient is. That will reduce the time. Because why can't we have this? We have numbers for so many things. Why can't we have a helpline number for a stroke helpline number?
Do we have any such number, sir?
Hospitals have.
No, hospitals have, but we are mostly.
As central, there's no
let's talk
central.
about government hospitals.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
government system, but private hospitals have their own numbers.
Yeah.
And those hospitals which are NABH accredited, they have a number. But I will give example of UP. In UP, what we have done is we have gone one step further. We have publicized the number of treating physician in district hospital. His number and name is sticked all over the CSCs and PSCs. Like in Jhansi, Dr. D.S. Gupta's name, with symptoms, if you have these symptoms, kindly call him. In Agra, Dr. Piyush Jain. So this can be done. And having so many helpline numbers does not help, because we have 104, 108, 102. A simple number like 104 can do this job also. That number, like we are implementing STEMI in UP also. STEMI, where everything is transmitted through technology to spoke and to hub from the ambulance itself. So being a helpline number is there, not going to help. The important thing is awareness among the general population and our dedication of our treating physicians or doctors who are there at the district hospital or radiologists, that they are ready to attend a patient in midnight also, do a thrombolysis at night 12 also, do a CT scan in night also. That is the most crucial part. So until unless our health systems are acting fast, we cannot do justice with the stroke.
So telemedicine can also help. I have a suggestion. Telemedicine can help in this situation.
But then for that also we need doctors, sir.
No, I will tell you what happens. We have CT scans in our district hospitals. We don't have radiologists sitting 24 hours there. Suppose we have to do a CT scan at 2 o'clock in the night. We don't expect radiologists to come from home. What we do is, technician does the CT scan, images are immediately transmitted to the doctor and he reports from the home. So this telemedicine can be taken use of in this condition also. If this if we don't have we have a CT scan, but we don't know what to do, we are not able to interpret, we can just transmit the image to a specialist person who can just guide the physician on the spot. Okay, this patient is fit for thrombosis, please do the thrombosis. He can tell the dose, he can tell what drug to give. So telemedicine, I think, can help, especially in bigger districts or districts like Himachal, which are remote, or a district like UP, which are very large in district. Large districts, access is not that easy for bigger districts. So I think telemedicine also has a role to play.
So you three are representing 3 different states. So I don't want this to be a session where we just talk about something and we just go and forget what we talked about here. Is there anything which is in pipeline that you are you are so serious about this particular problem, stroke, and that you're working on it, and then in say next 2 or 3 years you will say that we are going to change the face of India. We have a program, but I'm not satisfied with how the program is working. I don't know how much the budget is, how much is it used for a person who maybe wants a treatment in AIIMS and maybe don't even get to go inside AIIMS. So I don't know how it is working. Do we see every year annually, or say annually? Okay, I'll ask you. Do we see annually how this program has worked? Is there any such thing that where we see the checks and balances, where we see that it's not going well, we can do this and that? What is the government thinking when they talk about a program? I know there is a lot of stress on non-communicable diseases, other diseases which may be like diabetes and cardiovascular diseases, and not stroke that much. So do you think that we need to handle stroke with care?
So you see, as far as the management of stroke is concerned, there are certain hurdles. One has already been mentioned, that is public awareness. So we are already working on it. And as this population-based screening, we are going from door to door, that is also helps in raising awareness. People are getting aware that there is something called diabetes, there is something called hypertension, and we need to get rid of these things. We need to take care of these things. Second thing, there is provision, there is a problem about referral transport. We are also trying to improve it, and we are regularly sitting with our partners so as to make it to the optimum. Thirdly, again, when it comes to treatment proper, the drug is costly. There are certain provisions, you know about PMJ, where certain benefits have been extended to the needy people. There is provision for Jan Aushadhi stores, where you can buy drugs at the very subsidized rate. And there are also other provisions, for example, Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi, where you could have certain financial assistance from the hospital itself. And all these efforts, we believe, simultaneously will help us in reducing the challenges that we are facing from stroke. And as the budgetary provisions are concerned, yes, year by year we are looking at a steady increase in the budget that is allocated for non-communicable diseases. Well, this is difficult per se to say that this much of budget is meant for stroke, because we believe in flexibility. There is a particular term called NCD flexible, where you could use the budget, if required, you could use for stroke, if required, you could use for diabetes. So there is nothing strict budgetary norms that it particularly earmarked for stroke, but yes, there is provision for NCD flexible in the budgetary norm.
So have you ever seen, sir, like how much the budget is going for other diseases and vis-a-vis stroke? Is it going up? Is it going down?
Obviously, this is going up. You see, our health system was entirely focused on reproductive and child health, but when we saw there is an unprecedented rise in non-communicable diseases, be it stroke, be it STEMI, be it other forms of cardiovascular diseases or COPD, and there is a felt need that we should raise the proportion of budget that is being allocated to stroke or other non-communicable diseases. And as it has been mentioned, that this is there is a steady rise in the budget allocated to non-communicable diseases.
Okay. Burden of disease is, I think, much more in diabetes, hypertension than the stroke. That is the reason. You see, we have lot many number of diabetic patients in this country, many number of patients of hypertension, cardiovascular disease. So number actually of stroke patients is far less than the number of people suffering from these diseases. So I think that is one of the reasons why most of the budget goes to hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. This is my perception.
Yeah, Dr. Narula is 100% correct. You see, a neurologist will never seek that lots and lots of patients are coming in at her or his or her doorstep for getting treatment. We are basically focusing on prevention. If we are successful in reducing the burden of diabetes, reducing the burden of hypertension, the burden of stroke will automatically go down. That's why, as Dr. Narula said, the basic focus is on prevention of diabetes and hypertension, so as to reduce the burden of stroke.
Okay.
I would like to add something to it. Actually, NPCDC's program has been increased to country in phased manner. In UP, we had 9 districts, then we went to 28 districts, then we went to 45 districts. Now all 75 districts are covered by NPCDCS. And program is mainly focusing on prevention and promotion of health. The part of curative part that can be taken care from NHM free drug initiative, where there is no scarcity of fund. Any fund can be taken from NHM. NHM gives the fund, like in UP. UP is the only state which has gone on the insulin program. We are providing different kind of insulin to our diabetic patients for their better management of diabetes. We are giving oral hypertensive, oral diabetic drugs, and every year we get nearly 5 crore rupees for drug for thrombolysis of stroke. So and it has been increasing from year to year to year. So I don't think there is any scarcity of funds, and thanks to Manas, every year he has been increasing funds to NPCDCS program, and particularly towards prevention and promotion, because prevention is better than cure. If we are in that kind of situation where nobody is suffering from stroke, then that is the best situation. Then we don't have to spend money on treatment of the patient. And stroke is happening because of diabetes and hypertension, and because of our unhealthy lifestyle, and program take care of all those things. And little part of treatment is from NPCDCS, other thing can be done from NHM free drug. Like we moved one step ahead in NCDs also. There is not forum to tell about this, but COPD. Last year Manas told that UP has to provide COPD management in all districts of UP. We are doing it in all 75 districts of UP for COPD and asthma. So there is no scarcity of fund, that I can say. And budget has been increasing year by year for NCDs also.
So the problem is that we don't have any shortage of funds. The problem is it's the allocation, it's the usage. So do you really think that in UP everything is all right?
I think Dr. Manas can tell this, and Dr. even Gopal can tell this. We are moving forward. See, being such a large state.
I think it's one of the aspirational.
It has 9 aspirational districts. So UP has its own problems. So diverse, everything is there, but we are moving in a positive way. So I just wanted to add on that fund is not a problem for any kind of treatment or management or any program. And funds are increasing year by year from Government of India side.
And sir, we have Ayushman Bharat. So do we also, because we are talking about insurance here, what about a patient who suffered a stroke? Do we also, these people are also tackled in, Ayushman Bharat?
You see, Ayushman Bharat is one part of the entire things that are being done by government, right?
But you're talking about the wellness centers, I think, when you talk about Ayushman Bharat, is it?
But probably you are asking about the financial...
the financial assistance.
Financial assistance that is being provided to the stroke patients. As it has been mentioned, that there is provision for providing medicines at a, say, 50, 60, 70% discount to the patients. There is provision for Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya, there is provision for the Jan Aushadhi stores, right? There is again provision for Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi, where a patient could get help from the hospital authority for getting the treatment, right? So even if we think about particularly stroke, there is still many provisions under the government where we could provide the care to the patient at no cost, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not listed. That's why I'm asking.
This is you also need to understand that this is being rolled out, right? So it would be rolled out in a phased manner. And
Dr. Manas, I would like to add that, every state is having a free drug list. And Government of India is always advocating there are 700 odd medicine injections as well as tablets, those who should be included. And Rajasthan is the first state, those who are providing, more than 700 drugs to the patients, free of cost. The states are free to add medicines as per their requirement in that EDL list. But there is a capping in the budget. Likewise, what we are doing in Himachal Pradesh, we have included this Actilage injection TPA in that EDL, and it is being purchased in bulk, and so the cost is reducing. Ayushman Bharat is giving coverage to, for the indoor patients only. They are, this year onward, they will be excluding the dialysis from that also. Otherwise, there was a, 3,000 rupees per dialysis session under Ayushman Bharat. But this has to be taken care from the EDL of the state, because this is only drug. No scarcity of fund is from Government of India side. Only the gap is readiness of the health institutions. This is most important. Institutions are not ready to thrombolize the patients. There might be many issues. For example, my colleague said that there are scarcity of radiologists. Who will read the CT scan? What we are doing in the state of Himachal Pradesh, the physicians and the treating physician, they are reading the, this CT scan, and if they are confused, they are sending the images to the neurologist. They are ready and they are guiding that, there is a scoring that if the score is this much, then you have to thrombolize, but you need a definite protocol, because it is only one thing that, the CT scan is going to guide you. There are multiple other aspects also. Whether there are thin, there is a thin line, whether to give the thrombolysis or not, there is a protocol, and Dr. Padma has developed that protocol. If we follow that protocol, then there is no issue of radiologist, as of CT scan should be there, but radiologist, that can be read by the treating physician on site. Especially we have trained the medical doctors, those who are in charge of the stroke unit. And this is happening, though at low speed, but we are doing it in the state of Himachal Pradesh.
In UP also, my two physicians are sitting here. They read CT scan by themselves, and whenever they have any kind of doubt, they just consult Dr. Padma over WhatsApp, and she gives her input whether you have to thrombolize the patient or not. So like this also we are doing it.
Dr. Padma is an authority on brain issues, huh?
But she is a mentor for stroke management in UP, I can tell that.
Sir, I will just ask a last question, because we have somebody in the panel just talked about how expensive are the medicines, and I know for sure that there is a list which goes from Health Ministry to National Pricing, Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority to reduce the prices or to put some drugs in NLEM, which obviously becomes then a low cost drug. So how many times have we sent a list, or say have we shortlisted drugs which are drugs to treat stroke and sent to NPPA?
So right now the NLEM, the list of NLEM is being revised, and yes, RTPS is already there, and as you have already said, NPPA is the final authority to say something on the price of the drugs.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, so we'll just last remarks by all of you, and then we'll just end the session.
So all this from the preventive to curative aspect, even a lot of times we have noticed during our assessments and everything, there's a huge lacunae with regard to the rehab of the patient, of the stroke patient primarily. So NABH also has two very focused standards, only focusing on the rehabilitation of the patients and care of vulnerable patients. So again, then a lot of hospitals like UP and Tamil Nadu, especially the government medical colleges and district hospitals who have been NABH accredited,
how many hospitals are such hospitals? Do we have any numbers? No. Okay.
So no, we have total number of NABH accredited hospitals.
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
How many are?
So 750 are the full NABH accredited hospitals, and around 1100 are the entry level certified.
Okay.
So similar. So wherever the NABH, at least the focus is that at least the rehabilitation is a separate team altogether, and then there's a multidisciplinary team which is catering to the stroke patients. So all those aspects are emphasized wherever the standards have been implemented. So Thurkin also towards similar, like the focus is on those.
Yes. So here the NPCTC's program helps. It provides a physiotherapist in a district hospital. So that part is covered by NPCTC's program. So physiotherapists are there where the NPCT program, and city clinics are there. One physiotherapist is there. One counselor is there to counsel the patients, their relatives, and all regarding all NCTs and everything. So it is there in the program. It is inbuilt in the program.
You want to add something, sir?
Yeah, I want to repeat it. Prevention is always better than cure. Go for the screening at mass level. Screen everyone, those who are above 30 years, as per the national guidelines. And if something is there, someone develops stroke, the system should be ready. It's not a complicated thing. We have demonstrated it well by MBBS doctors even, but there should be guidance by the neurologist. It is quite doable, and there is no issue of radiology and drugs. I think it's already covered. Even in Ayushman Bharat, it can be covered, but they need some indoor kind of patient for that, not the OPD kind of services.
I think the states which have not yet started this stroke program, I think they should first concentrate on the prevention, because if we don't have a stroke unit, at least we can look after the preventive part of that. That will take a lot of burden off on the government of India in providing expensive treatment. So I think first emphasis should be on prevention. Once you are through to that, or you are doing it, then simultaneously you make your stroke ready centers which can provide the treatment. I think prevention should be the first thing, I think.
So we have had like experts from different states. I guess it was, for me, it was a really, informed session. I have learned a lot from all you people. So you're saying all is well. I hope we come next time and we all say that all is really well. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our speakers and to the moderator of the discussion, Tina Thakkar. A big round of applause for all our speakers and the moderator on stage. I would request Mr. Vivekanand Mishra, Vice President, IHW Council, to please come on stage and present our esteemed speakers with a small memento, a gift from our side for coming here and sharing with us their experiences and the learnings on what is happening in states. A memento for Dr. Manas Pratim Roy. A memento for Dr. Kashipa Harith. A memento for Dr. Amrish B. Singh. Dr. Gopal Chauhan. Dr. Sanjay Nirula. And a memento for Ms. Tina Thakkar for moderating this discussion. I would request all our speakers to please gather for a group photograph. A big round of applause for all our speakers on stage and the moderator of this discussion. Thank you to all of you. We'll now have a video from Dr. Vivek Kumar, Senior Director at Neurology at Max Hospitals.
Hi, I am Dr. Vivek Kumar, Senior Director, Neurology at Max Hospital, Purpurganj and Vaishali. So the incidence of stroke, as we see, is rising, and as per the latest estimate, there is one stroke every 20 seconds in India. And overall, if you see, 1 out of 4 have a lifetime risk of developing a stroke. But the good thing is that the number of centers providing acute stroke care is rising, but the treatment that can be offered to the patients of stroke is within a definite time window. That is 4.5 hours for IV thrombolysis and 6 to 24 hours for mechanical thrombectomy. So the real challenge is how to get patients within the window period. If we see the nationwide data, then not more than 10 to 12% of the eligible population is actually able to utilize this treatment or able to reach in time to the center where such treatment facilities are available. So what are the challenges? The main challenge I would see is the lack of awareness, how to identify the stroke, what are the symptoms of stroke, what are the treatment options, and what to do when someone near to you develops a stroke. The second challenge is, suppose if I know or a patient identifies that he has a stroke, then he doesn't know where to go. So he usually goes to a family physician or a local doctor or a local hospital, and by the time he reaches a stroke center, the window period is already over. So these are the two main challenges. Then if you are residing in an area which is far from a nearest specialized center, then you have to depend on mainly a telemedicine kind of arrangement that also needs to be strengthened. And so these three challenges that we face, and I hope that this stroke summit that is being organized by the IHW Council will be able to address these challenges. And since there is an active participation from the Government of India as well, we hope that these issues will be addressed.
We now have a few videos by Dr. D.S. Gupta, Senior Consultant, District Hospital, Jhansi, on patient care when it comes to strokes. Please take a look.
पैर आ रहा है? इतना सीधे रखो, ये भी रखो सीधे। ये दिखाओ, ठीक, हाँ ठीक है।
बनता है
जिसे बनाया था पहले वीडियो, हाँ इसे फिर बनाओ।
उठाना पैर,
पैर उठाओ दोनों उठाओ, बन गई। हाँ अच्छे सीधे कर, सीधे से हाँ ऐसे खड़े रहो। डॉक्टर साहब के पास में हमारे उसमें व्हाट्सएप पे दे देना।
नहीं तो ट्रीटमेंट चालू है। ये इंजेक्शन किस चीज़ का है भाई साहब?
Right, we've now come to another session and the last one for the day, making of an integrated stroke strategy. An integrated stroke strategy would require every level of the healthcare ecosystem to be ready to manage stroke cases. From awareness programs for an enlightened citizenry, frontline healthcare workers, ambulance staff to healthcare and rehabilitation workers, devising an integrated stroke strategy is the need of the hour. So what does India need to do to come up with an integrated stroke care program? To discuss this, I would invite our speakers on stage. This discussion is going to be moderated by E. Kumar Sharma, Senior Editor, Business Today. I would like to welcome him on stage. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. E. Kumar Sharma from the Business Standard. We also have Business Today. We also have with us Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, Chairman and MD, Dr. Path Labs Limited. Please welcome Dr. Arvind Lal on stage. He is a pioneer in bringing laboratory services in India at par with the Western world. And Dr. Path Labs Laboratory is well known for its diagnostic facilities. Please also welcome on stage Dr. Shirish Hastak, Regional Director, Neurology, Stroke and Neurocritical Care, Global Hospitals, Mumbai. A round of applause for Dr. Shirish Hastak. He is passionately interested in acute stroke care and set up the first stroke unit in Western India. We will begin with a presentation, and for this presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Arvind Lal to please give his presentation.
Before we begin the presentation, actually, I just want to say that this session, it was just before we were coming in, it was very interesting that actually Dr. Lal was saying that my job is to, his job is really to prevent people from falling, becoming victims of stroke, and his job is essentially to prevent people from reaching him. So we have therefore a complete set of people who actually will ensure that, we don't have no cases, and those who are actually suffering are treated well. So I think it's a good beginning. So, Dr. Lal, to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have to reintroduce the topic. I think enough has been written and said about it, and you've been hearing that stroke happens in India every 20 seconds, and 1 in 4 Indians are likely to suffer from it. What I would like to emphasize from another point of view is that the government of India itself has realized the importance of strokes. So you have heard of the control of non-communicable diseases as such, NCDs, and the government of India, the Ministry of Family Planning and Health, has a program by the name of NPC-DCS. So NPC-DCS stands for National Program for the Prevention of Cancer, Diabetes, Cardiac, and S stands for stroke. So it is not something which comes automatically in India, that the government itself has realized that how important strokes can be, and we have to do something about it. And I will try to tell you the preventive part, the tests which have now come in, etc., etc. So I think we will go ahead now. So as you all know, that strokes can be hemorrhagic or they can be ischemic in nature. This can lead to devastating, debilitating patient outcomes. And for decades, the goal of advancement and refinement in imaging modalities has been to develop the most precise, convenient, widely available and reproducible, interpretable modality for the detection of stroke, not only in hyperacute cases, but a method to be able to predict its evolution through a natural course of disease. Diagnosis is one of the most important initial roles which imaging fulfills after the identification of the existing pathology. However, imaging fulfills an even more important goal by using a combination of imaging modalities and results of certain pathology tests. So this is a classic situation where radiology and pathology come together. This leads to precise interpretation and understanding of the mechanism and pathophysiology of the underlying disease, and therefore guides therapeutic decision making in a patient-tailored fashion. Again, you've been hearing this, I think, since the morning, so I'm just going to touch upon one line each. So the imaging modalities or the X-ray modalities currently used to assess and help guide the treatment of strokes are non-contrast CT scan. Number 2, CT scan with an angiogram. The third one is MRI. The fourth is MR diffusion. The fifth is sonography or the carotid Doppler, the most used one. And the last one is angiography. So what I'm going to discuss with you today here is a new carotid artery disease risk panel which we have recently introduced. So this is a risk assessment system today. It's basically a risk calculator to predict the 10-year risk of stroke and myocardial infarction using the combination and integration of the image-based phenotypes, that is the imaging parameters such as the echolucency or what the stroke looks like, the total plaque area, the wall variability, which is the intima media thickness, is a very technical kind of terms, the measurements of this in the common carotid artery, the internal carotid and the external carotid artery, the bulb zones taken as 3 segments, both on the left and the right side. And then we have what we call the conventional or the traditional risk factors such as age. The older you are, the more likely you're going to suffer from one of these diseases. The ethnicity, the BMI, the lipid profile values, LDL, total cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, etc., etc. And I'm very happy to share with you that I am the person who introduced the lipid profile in India. The cholesterol and triglyceride tests were available by that time, but the HDL, the LDL and the VLDL is first introduced by me in India. The hypertension, diabetes, hemoglobin A1C, this is also introduced by me in India. And in hypertension, the systolic blood pressure and the diastolic blood pressure. tests like kidney function tests like the creatinine and the EGFR, and of course you've all heard about the ESR. This calculator, so this calculator is the only calculator in the world which is non-invasive and has the ability to combine traditional risk factors derived from the blood biomarkers with ultrasound image-based phenotypes. This calculator is fully automated and no human observer is involved during the final imaging analysis of the common carotid artery, the internal carotid artery and the bulb segments, and fusion of traditional blood biomarkers with image phenotypes. It is both cost and time effective, saver for physicians, while saving patients' lives eventually. Not only that, this calculator helps identify much early in life the manifestations of the risk by changing the course of the statin combination. So, this is what I have told you, that this is the carotid Doppler images which see the intima of the arteries, the total plaque area, the stenosis, the cine and the static images of the common carotid artery, the bulb region, etc. And I have already mentioned that this is a very effective calculator and fully automated, no human intervention is there, early assessment of risk calculation, and it is non-invasive, this you must remember, and of course cost effective. It's algorithm based kind of a decision. It's a software and it's by Athero Point, and the turnaround time is 3 days, and the price, which is most important in India, is 4,500 rupees as compared to a color Doppler which is 2,500, but this also includes all the pathology tests, etc. So I would like to point out now this, on the left hand side is the normal blood flow which you can see through the arteries, and on the right hand side you have an abnormal blood flow in which you can see the plaque also coming in. Now this is the report which you get. Now this is the first patient with moderate plaque but high chronic kidney disease. The kidney disease also is an added factor in the causation of stroke. So you have to be very careful. High blood pressure, diabetes, they both damage the kidneys. And in fact, in India, when we have patients who don't want to, cooperate with themselves, the doctor comes later, but the patient must be made more responsible for his own health. So diabetes and high blood pressure are the two killer diseases which can lead to kidney and then strokes, etc. So you can clearly see in the first one, it's a moderate plaque but high chronic kidney disease. Maybe you can read it, the high EGFR, etc., creatinine was high, leading to a high stroke risk. And maybe you cannot read the whole chart, but it is coming out very clearly in this. The second patient is with a high plaque, leading to a high stroke risk, but no kidney disease, and there is no additional other kind of a complication here. So this has a low risk factor, and this is what we are trying to tell or trying to get across to the patients and to their doctors. So this is the new modality which has come in from the imaging side, and it just requires the services of a pathology lab to give these parameters and an ultrasound, a normal ultrasound, not a carotid Doppler, and which is used to scan the two carotids on either sides, and these images are captured, and then we send these images all the way to California, and the result comes back in 3 days' time. So this is what we have brought about 3 to 4 months back, and I'm happy to say that this is picking up very well. We have picked up many such cases, 2 of them you just saw. So I would now like to talk a few words about the pure biochemical parameters, and these are some of them you have heard before, some of them are very new. So one is the glial fibrillary acidic protein, or GFAP. Then there is an NT-proBNP. This is also used for the detection of cardiac failure. Then there is a new one known as matrix metanoprotease 9, MMP9, S100B, calcium binding protein beta, copeptin, C-reactive protein, I am sure which you've all heard. There is a lipoprotein associated phospholipase A2 or LPPLA2. Then there are biomarkers which indicate an inflammatory response. Now you must understand that the carotid arteries or the coronary arteries, once the plaque starts, stationed there or it is being formed there, the inflammatory response starts, and we have got very sensitive markers which can catch hold of or can tell you that the inflammatory response is on. And this is a CRP or a highly sensitive CRP, C-reactive protein. They're freely available tests now. Interleukin 6, interleukin 1B, tumor necrosis factor alpha. Then there is an NT-proBNP which I just mentioned about. And these can also, the MR-ProANP, this is a very new test, which can also identify primarily cardioembolic stroke subtypes as well as a stroke risk. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall discuss the stroke further here now.
Yeah, now Dr. Hastak with.
And now we have a presentation by Dr. Shirish Hastak, Regional Director Neurology, Stroke and Neurocritical Care, Global Hospitals, Mumbai.
Thank you, friends. Thank you, Padma, for this opportunity. I want to change gears a little bit here, and because I like the reverse gear of the car more than the front gear. And so I want a little bit change gears. Let me start off with a small story. About 15 years ago, I received a call, at about 11 o'clock in the morning, and this person happens to be my uncle. He's an engineer and he's an educated guy. And he calls me at 11 o'clock that, Shirish, my left hand and leg is weak, and I'm sitting, in this top neurologist of Nagpur, his office. And I think I'm in the right place, and I'm waiting for him to see me. But there are about 20 patients ahead of me, to be seen, and my left hand and leg is weak. And what do you think? I said, you're in the completely wrong place. He said, what do you mean I'm in the wrong place? I'm with the best neurologist in this city. I said, but still you're in the completely wrong place. So he said, okay, what do I do? I said, go to a hospital with a CT scan and a neurologist, on call immediately. And he rushes to this, to this hospital, and and of course, he's already 3 hours. He's about 4 hours from the onset, 7 o'clock, 11 o'clock. But I tell him rush, and those guys take about 1.5 hours to do a CT scan. And that's the moral of the story. Really, is pretty simple. So we've been discussing infrastructure, resource, and system, and of course this is the denominator of this problem. Of course the numerator all along is awareness and the right direction. That's the numerator. So I think the numerator needs to be emphasized. And I think the other thing is that I think I'm going to emphasize on the system, and what I felt is completely wrong with the system. So I think that's my talk today. Sorry. Can I go back? Okay. So basically my thinking is this, that all along, and this is true for me as well, because I've done my, MBBS, then I did my MD, then I did my DM, like a lot of my friends here, and then, did a fellowship. So, I moved 4 steps in the direction of what I would say, in a direction of specialization. And sometimes I think I did wrong. Sometimes I just look at myself, as a stroke neurologist, and I think, maybe I've made the wrong turn. So is it really true that the only way to go ahead is more specialization, you know? So you have this reductionist attitude, which I think we have stuck to for a pretty long time after Descartes, came out and know more and more about less and less. I feel no. The reason why I feel no is we have reached a real rocky area in this reductionist attitude of ours. And I think this reductionist attitude is the reason why we have built all these silos. And so I think we need to put ourselves in a little reverse gear. So there are two ways to look at life. If you look at life, there's a camera in way, which is what I have also gone. I know more about less. I don't know a whole lot about epilepsy anymore. I don't know a whole lot about, movement disorders, Parkinson's disease anymore. And I know more and more about stroke. And that's knowledge, really. That's fair. It's knowledge. But there's a camera out technique as well, which is you'll know less about more. And sometimes I think this is another way. This is understanding. This is wisdom. And I think this is a direction we need to think about even in stroke. Because I think that, the web of knowledge is basically to understand. And, to understand it, sometimes we need to go outward. We don't have to keep going inward. Because you need to see the knots. And you need to see the connectivity. In fact, stroke is an extremely connected disease. Because it's an extremely connected disease, going into the camera in technique has failed us. So I think we need to head backward a little bit. And I thought maybe I'm making a mistake, just doing more and more, knowing more and more about less and less. So what I'm proposing, and this is what I proposed about 3 or 4 years ago to my hospital, that actually we don't need to just keep on developing the stroke systems and keep on developing, of course, Padma spoke about the stroke app, and she spoke about the hub and spoke model, and all that it's good, it's very good. It is a reductionist attitude of the camera going down. I have now come to a point where I think the camera should go up. Going down has its limits. And I think we have reached the limit of going down. So I proposed to my hospital that why don't we do an emergency neurological life support certification? Why don't we look at neurology as a whole in terms of emergency? Rather than this piecemeal, that this guy is an epileptic, this guy is a stroke, this guy is a coma, this guy is an encephalopathy. And hospitals are not interested in this piecemeal. Because piecemeal is a very small meal, friends. It's not a big meal. It's a very small meal. And hospitals really have problems in getting a very small meal. And we are honest, I'm in a private system. A very small meal is very small for the hospital. So I said, why don't we think about this emergency neurological life support? So what I was proposing today is that we should go to all hospitals. May it be government, may it be private. I don't care what hospital. Go to them, tell them, are your emergency guys ENLS certified? Do these guys know how to look after the brain? Isn't brain resuscitation an important part of life? And I think this is the thought I had. And of course, ambulance services in India. So you look at a broader outlook, and this includes stroke, of course. I'm not deserting my friends, Padma and Khurana, and of course, my colleagues in the Indian stroke. But I'm saying, why not take a broader outlook than this narrower and narrower outlook, which has its own problems. So all hospitals in the country do ACLS certification. We go to any hospital and they'll tell you, yes, everyone in the emergency is ACLS certified. But how many hospitals really have ENLS certification? I looked up the website yesterday to see, and emergency neurological life support is a certification like acute cardiac life support. So you tell everyone ACLS, every hospital tell you, sure, everyone is ACLS certified. We don't keep a guy in the emergency if he is not ACLS certified. Sure, all our nurses are ACLS certified. Sure, everyone in the ambulance is ACLS certified. So, but what about the brain? Have we forgotten the brain completely? So here, what I have realized is there are about 10 hospitals in this country. 10. Out of how many? Probably 5,000, I don't know the statistics. But a large number of hospitals, only 10 have actually done any type of ENLS. So I think it's a big eye-opener that we need to look backward and go up and use the camera up technique. So the emergency neurological life support will get a wide support from all hospitals. So as soon as I spoke about ENLS to my hospital, I got a very good support. They said, sure, because this would be not just 5 or 10, 20 stroke patients. It would be 20 strokes and it would be 20 non-strokes. And that gives us a much bigger bite. Why should we go for a very small meal? Why should we not really help more people? And by that I mean, it's not just makes financial sense, it makes social sense. It makes sense to the government to think about the idea more broadly rather than more and more narrowly. And so what I said was that the ENLS is a wide support from all hospitals as it covers all neurological emergencies in the first 24 hours. So it basically, my emergency guys are aware of stroke, fair, good, but they should be aware about coma. They should be aware about epilepsy. They should be aware about head injury, infections. And these would be 50% of the rest. Sure, stroke is much more common, but so is epilepsy. And so are other disorders. And this might allow a broader picture, might allow us to move in the direction which will get us great support. I think what happened between the cardiologists and the neurologists? The cardiologists have right support because ACLS is spoken of everywhere. Whereas we have minimal support because ENLS is a non-existent tool, which I think we need to revive, we need to bring forward. This is a 14-module training in neurocritical care, and it's from USA, it's from 2012, so it's been around for quite some time. Pretty simple, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I mean, it's already there, we just need to use it properly, set up a system to use it, and I think that what we really lack is system. We really don't lack, I mean, people tell me we lack money, we lack resources, we lack will, and so on. Actually, we lack system. We don't really, we are great individually. We are not great as a team because we don't build teams. We don't look at teams as something to move ahead. And I think that's what we lack. But this is a great way to build a team, the ENLS. And the emergency neurological life support covers first 24 hours of brain care and gives systematic basic training to doctors, nursing staff and paramedics. So this is not just about knowing how to do mechanical clot retrieval, how to do thrombolysis, how to do, yes, as it's been said in the panel, that the orthopedician from Himachal Pradesh did the thrombolysis. I think that's the right way to go. And I think ENLS will not only allow the orthopedician to thrombolyze, it will also allow the MBBS guy to thrombolyze. It will also allow the physician to thrombolyze. It will also allow the emergency physician to thrombolyze. So I think and it will also allow the nursing staff and the paramedics to come on board. They have not come on board because they think this is too difficult. I mean, this is really a tough one. Why should we be doing all this? You guys do this, looking at the middle cerebral artery, open or not, and do the mechanical clot retrieval and so on. So I think this is another way to look at. So you develop a broad base of human resource development. That's what I wanted the public hospitals to take through. The public hospitals do not lack so much the infrastructure as much as the system to set it in place. If the system is in place, it can be done. So I think what we lack really is the system. So we can initiate the emergency neurological life support certification for doctors in the hospitals, 108 public ambulance services throughout the country. So I was looking forward to the fact that, you don't just, you have the apps, you have the hub and spoke model. I'm not denying that can help. But here is a broader way to look at life rather than the narrower way of thinking only about stroke and forgetting everything else that involves the brain. So I think this is a broader perspective which I hope builds up over time at least in this country. Because the reason why I feel this is not a highly resource dependent thing. This just depends on putting in the system in place. So if you tell all the government hospitals that they need, if anyone is going to be in the emergency, he needs to be ENLS certified. And the ENLS certification is pretty simple. That's it. It's a 200-page book. Doesn't need any fancy equipment. Doesn't need anything else. It's basically for doctors, it's for nurses, and it's for paramedics. And mind you, after looking at this system, I realized that doctors are also mistreating patients in terms of how much dose, what level of medicine to give, when not to give, and so on, because we don't really update ourselves regularly. I mean, I have to be honest. Once I went to ENLS, because the first time people told me ENLS, I thought maybe this is for nurses and for paramedics. But when I looked at the the algorithms, looked at the systems, I think this is an excellent thing for us to do as doctors. And I have read this book twice. And every time I read it, I learn something new from it. This is the 4th version of it. And I invite people to think about this as a new tool, rather than the tools that we've been using, which is fair, but this is another tool which you could use to move forward. This is not an expensive tool. This doesn't need 1 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees. This is a very easy system. This allows you to certify yourself. And in my hospital, in my previous hospital, we certified all the emergency staff for ENLS. We certified all the ICU staff for ENLS. And we certified all the neurologists and the neurosurgeons and the neurointerventionists and the neuro rehab people for ENLS. There are 2 levels of ENLS, the basic and the trainer level. So the senior doctors, we certified trainer level, so they can keep on training people. I think this is a tool which I wish is carried forward by the government, because it's easier for the government to implement things. The hierarchy there is simple. That's what I was meaning to Padma when I said hub and hub model, because I think they didn't get the pun out of it. But the hub and hub model means that in private systems, though we were today talking about public hospitals, and we want to help people in the public hospitals, as much as everyone else, but in the private system, it is not so easy. There is no hierarchy in the private hospitals. Everyone is an individual hub who doesn't want anyone to call him a spoke. I mean, none of my colleagues, who are into private hospitals would like me to be a hub and they as a spoke. We have to be honest if we have to grow. So I think this is another way to grow without using the hub and spoke. Hub and spoke is great, but you can use a hub and hub model, which is grow through the ENLS and build your system with a very simple idea of ENLS. Of course, because we are in India, we can, of course, with the help of Padma and Khurana and all our colleagues who are big time into stroke, and into neurology, we can set up the Indian Emergency Neurological Life Support. So it doesn't have to be, just the US, because the US certification, of course, is existing, and you can. In fact, I spoke to the ENLS people. I went to the ENLS meeting, the neurocritical care meeting, and I realized that out of 300 or 400 delegates, there were only 3 or 4 people who came from India. There were lots of Indians, but those guys are from Stanford or from one of the universities there, from Ohio or from Stanford and so on. So I think we need to build backwards as well, as much as we are building forwards, because sometimes going backwards is much more fruitful than going forwards. Thank you. That's my team at the hospital. Thank you.
So, true to their words, actually, as Dr. Lal and Dr. Hastak, we've heard both, and Dr. Hastak actually says about how we can actually be better equipped when there's problem at hand, and Dr. Lal again saying how we can be better equipped and ensuring that we anticipate the problem well in advance. So, I think it's a great presentations, I think, and very important. I would want to actually, take a deep dive into some of the points touched upon in the presentation. If we could actually begin with Dr. Lal, you mentioned about this blood biomarkers. I mean, as a pathologist, you're now entering the realms of radiology as well, and in terms of actually kind of merging the two, as it were, in some sense. So how we can actually, this concept that you have about this biomarkers for ischemic stroke, which is of course one variety of stroke. The other, of course, I think in the hemorrhage case, I think there's pretty little that can be done at the moment. So how can we actually broad base what you're saying, and how we can actually, what's your thought process? Because this unfolding of this blood biomarkers, as it were, if you can say a bit more in terms of how we can actually ensure that it goes into larger circulation and more into the government setting as well. Because here the whole approach, at least of this session, is to have an integrated approach towards dealing with this problem. So some thoughts there will help.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Sharma. Actually the starting of the whole thing starts with the patient himself, who has to realize that something can happen to him, and it is not always the other person who suffers; it can be himself. So this is the first realization which I would request everybody to consider, that you always think that, well, my house is not going to be burgled, it's always the next house. So similarly here, the problem with the non-communicable diseases which I mentioned in a short while back, or these are also known as lifestyle diseases, this has to study, or this has to start right in childhood. If you ask me, when the child is growing up and all of you are coming from affluent places, etc., you have to start telling your children that, well, you will not overeat. The obesity in children now has reached all kinds of parameters now. So you start catch them young, and catch them young means that you tell them to eat good, they should exercise good, they should stay away from junk food, they must do an exercise to keep themselves fit. And when these people come into their adulthood, etc., you would be shocked to hear that when we are still hearing 26-year-old guy dying suddenly of a cardiac episode, and a 29-year-old, etc. So the fact of the matter is that India, because we have such large numbers, you are going to have these problems at your doorstep. In fact, they've already opened the door and come inside. So the very first thing which I would like to emphasize is that you have to keep diabetes away. Diabetes is a combination where your parents also come in. If your parents have been diabetic, or one of them have been diabetic, there are more chances that you can become a diabetic. So you have got to realize that, well, diabetes is something which is also self-invited. So one part is the genetics part, the other part is your the laziness part, or the problems in your kind of lifestyle disease. So diabetes is one. It must be, I showed you a test by the name of hemoglobin A1C. This detects or tells you how your average blood sugar for the last 3 months has been. So blood sugar fasting is good enough. If it has to be much below 100. And hemoglobin A1C should be carried out at least once in a year for people who are non-diabetics or who think that they are non-diabetics. And with that, we have a combination of lipid profile, which there are tests in the lipid profile, starting with cholesterol, triglycerides, HDL, LDL, and VLDL cholesterols. This requires a 12 hours overnight fasting. I suggest that anybody over the age of 30 or 35 should have all these tests: blood sugar fasting, PP, hemoglobin A1C, the lipid profile, the kidney and the liver function test, at least done once in a year. And if there is some problem, you can come back to the pathologist every 3 months, and we will, monitor it for you. And the trick lies in keeping people away from emergency services, which Dr. Shirish was telling, is to keep fighting with the pathologist. So when you come to me, I will tell you straight off, well, these parameters need very tight control. So it's not only control now, it's a very tight control, because you don't know. We cannot tell you when your kidney will get affected by diabetes or by high blood pressure. And when most of the stroke patients have a combination of all these problems. They may have diabetes, they may have high blood pressure, and sometimes, of course, they can have even normal parameters. But that's not the issue. The issue is that you must know about it. So that is the first thing which I would like to emphasize, that the 65% of our population in India is now below the age of 35, and you are sitting on a time bomb. 65% of the deaths which are happening today are happening because of these lifestyle diseases. So again, let me emphasize, diabetes, high blood pressure, cardiac problems, cancer, liver, kidney, lungs, stroke, smoking and obesity, in that order. So these are all the things which you can actually push back a little bit by being slightly careful. I would like to emphasize here that in 1950s there was a study in America which was started, known as the Framingham Heart Study. It discovered something unique. Till then, nobody knew that cholesterol was actually, associated with heart disease. Of course, now you may have heard something else, that cholesterol is good for the body, etc., etc. So don't fall into that trap. A high cholesterol has to be controlled. There are no two ways about it. A high cholesterol will form all these plaques, which means occlusion of your carotid arteries and your, heart arteries, coronary arteries, etc. So you have got to be careful. The patient must become more responsible for his own health. And you must get these things, done at least once in a year. If things are normal, you come back next year. If things are abnormal, please come back to us within 3 months.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Lal. I would want you to hold your thought, because I think part of the agenda here is actually to look from a national integrated policy also, some of the components that you mentioned, how they can be fitted into that. But before that, to Dr. Hastak, you mentioned a very important point about this ENLS, which I think is very important and addresses the crucial issue of the system and correcting the system in place. One problem which, to what extent, the whole issue around stroke is a patient reaches the doctor and he is not scanned in time, and all the problems that follow up after that. PTA can be administered if that's that of course is one thing which can be done, but we are not a litigant society, so is there some element that what you mentioned, there can be an element of accountability in this? Suppose if a patient has come in and he's not been scanned and he has after scan not been administered TPA, he is held accountable. So those components, because the point is about again the
policy. Yeah. I think the whole problem really is about getting the emergency physician to not think that stroke and other neurological emergencies, but stroke specifically, because 50% of emergencies neurological are strokes and 50 are non-strokes, but to understand that this is not a neurological problem. This is a problem which is a dire emergency. It kills you. And understanding the connectivity of the system is very, very important, because what has happened is that, we've had these debates a number of times in the Indian Stroke Association and so on, that, who would thrombolize, who should not thrombolize. And as you saw that the orthopedic guy also thrombolized. He probably thrombolized better than the neurologist. The reason I think it happens is that, you need the emergency physicians, at present the emergency physicians are a completely neglected lot. You have to understand what happens in the emergency. Yeah. In the emergency, the guys who don't get any other specialty go into emergency. And they are not really trained for emergencies. The hospitals I'm talking about private hospitals. In public hospitals it's a little different, because there are, but even public hospitals need the systems to be in place. Because there are all these loose ends. The loose ends of the private hospitals are basically these not well trained doctors in the emergency. Yeah. And the loose ends of the public hospitals are it's unless you have a passionate professor like Padma, or like Khurana and so on, the system doesn't work. Yeah. So I think that's the two loose ends.
The other quick point before I look in terms of summing up the points is that see, since you come from a leading hospital which has looked at that, you yourself have seen, other than the points that you've raised, to bring in a new component which is essentially about how does one actually look at while we've dealt with prevention and treatment, the last important component is that of rehabilitation. Sure. And also involving the families, because what happens is actually we have cases where the whole family has to deal with somebody who's probably for the next 10 years going to be bedridden. Sure. So how about awareness creation from outreach programs that hospitals can do? Some bit that you can say before the final, after that the final round in terms of the points that you've said, how that can be brought into an integrated policy that we talked of here. Sure. Same with Dr. Lala, and we'll conclude with that.
Sure. I think the rehab part of it is you see what really happens, what really upsets me more than the rehab is that we allow that person whom you have an opportunity to get brain damaged. And then we talk about rehab. See, what I'm trying to say is not that you should not do rehab. I mean, you should do rehab. Rehab is great. I mean, you need 3 months or 6 months of rehab, and we all know that the returns on rehab are very small. I mean, that's why all these other systems exist in this country, because rehab really is again a very, very difficult area. I mean, I've been at Kokilaben Ambani Hospital, which had a great rehab center, and they have invested, I don't know, crores and crores of rupees into rehab. But at the same time, their returns on that are small, and they can afford to do those type of small returns, big area. But even in the areas where you have actually big returns, you are not working. Yeah. And I think that's where the government hospitals, if the government puts in a certain, sort of a minimum requirement, which they have not put in. You have to only put in a minimum requirement. I mean, you just pass a law that, you don't allow emergency physician unless he is ENLS trained. Yeah, something of that sort. It doesn't happen.
What I was mentioning, doctor, was that, see, when we talk of data protection today, that is being debated today, most hospitals say that what is being now talked about is a best practice being made a law. So now it is to be enforced.
As opposed to this is the lowest level of standards. Yeah. Now what I'm trying to say is, ENLS is not the highest level of standards. It's the lowest level of standards in the world. And out of your 5,000 hospitals, you have only 10 hospitals on the website. And of them, I think there are 6-7 who have just done some courses. And the other hospitals don't even exist.
So who takes the onus now to broad base it?
I think it has to be the government. I mean, the government is in the best place to take an onus on it. I mean, they have the power to take the onus. Yeah. The private system doesn't have a power. Okay. I mean, we don't have a hierarchy. There's no hierarchy. Okay. It's zero hierarchy system.
Okay. Dr. Lal, your thoughts in terms of summing it up from a perspective of how to have an integrated policy in this?
So the government of India, which is protecting our constitution, it's written in our constitution that health or good health is your birthright. And the government of India, unfortunately, has, not been carrying out its task so far. And that's the reason why you still find that 4% of our GDP is spent on health, out of which the government spends only 1.1 or 1.2%. So you can't give, what you are mentioning, I mean, across the board here, when the spend is so less. So the reason why the private hospitals have come up is because the government, took a back seat all these 30, 40 years. The first All India Institute was, started off in 1956 or 57, and now you are hearing that more All India Institutes are coming up, one in each state, and they don't have people to teach them inside. I mean, there are no professors. So
I think it's a very good point, because I think if you've seen the states, which was the presentation earlier, the states like Himachal and others, which have actually greatest spend on healthcare, have actually tended to do better.
So this is no kind of a rocket science now, and America is spending 17-18% of GDP on their healthcare, and there still are many more dissatisfied Americans, and UK is spending about 7 or 8%. So in India, if you're spending 4%, out of which the government spends only 1.1 or 1.2%, well, you can forget about good healthcare. And let me be utterly straightforward and frank about it. This kind of a treatment which you're talking about, This is unheard of. In the Government of India's, the National Program for the Control of Diabetes, etc., NPC DCS, the only test which they would like you to do is a blood sugar test, which is not good enough. So I've already mentioned, I'm not going to repeat myself again, but the whole thing has to come up. On the one hand, you have, world-class doctors and world-class facilities, etc., etc. And by the way, the point which Dr. Shirish missed out was that Dhirubhai Ambani himself, after creating the hospital, suffered from a stroke himself. So I would have hoped that the Ambani family would put all their, force and money, etc., into, treatment or prevention of strokes. But you would be, not very happy to know that they are actually coming into pathology now.
No, to be fair to them, I mean, they did set up one of the best rehab centers in the country. And, I've been a part of that rehab center at the Kokilaben Ambani Hospital. So, yes, but I think the really what we lack and where we really miss out the bus completely, I think is the system. I don't think we miss out the bus in infrastructure, money. I mean, we put there as, our sort of this thing. But where we really miss the bus very much, and where we can catch the bus, it's not a difficult bus. ENLS is not a difficult bus for the government to do. Where we can catch the bus, it's a low resource bus, but it needs to be sort of put in place.
Okay.
Like ACLS has been put in place, ENLS can be put in place.
Both have actually individually summed up their whole point of view, but just as a journalist I can't avoid it. One point, in this country we don't have right to health, but we have right to mental health. As far as here practitioners of stroke, they understand neurology more than at least a journalist. What would your thought be on that? What should we do as far as strokes are concerned? One specific thing which an integrated policy must have, just one line, both of you.
The control of diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, etc., in one line.
I think just remove the salt from the table. That's it, one liner. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so very much, and really nice hearing both of you and learning a lot. Thanks.
Thank you to our speakers for taking us through this discussion. I would like to invite Mr. Kamal Narayan to come on stage and please present our speakers with a memento from our side. Memento for Dr. Arvind Lal, the Chairman and MD of Dr. Smart Labs. A memento for the moderator of the discussion, E. Kumar Sharma, Senior Editor, Business Today. Okay. A memento for Dr. Shirish Hastak, Regional Director, Neurology and Stroke and Neurocritical Care. And a memento for Mr. E. Kumar Sharma, Senior Editor, Business Today. I would request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Round of applause for our speakers, please. So through the day, we have discussed critical issues about how to improve upon patient care when it comes to stroke, how to increase awareness and what kind of protocols should be laid down and how they can be implemented across the length and breadth of the country. For the outcome of the deliberations during the sessions at today's summit, I would like to invite Dr. Shirish Hastak, Regional Director, Neurology, Stroke and Neurocritical Care, Global Hospitals, Mumbai, to please come on stage and share with us the outcome of the deliberations in the declaration of the position statement. Is he there? Please welcome on stage Dr. Shirish Hastak. Do you need this connector?
I don't know this. You want to start? Friends, I've been asked to sort of sum up the summit. I thought I should not sum it up from my brain. I should sum it from my heart. So I think Padma has given a sort of a write-up, but I think we are all aware about that it's a big problem. We are in big trouble. If I say big shit, in terms of treatment and so on. So yes. We need to sort of integrate our systems together. What's really lacking in stroke is, even I'm surprised that I go to this neurointerventionist meeting and then I don't find neurologists there. And then I go to the neurosurgeons meeting and then I don't find the neurointerventionist there. And then I go to a meeting of neuro rehab. And then, I go to the neurocritical care meeting. There are 300, 400 neurocritical care specialists. And there are probably 3 neurologists there. So I think this, if these silos can be broken, I think, that would sort of change everything. I mean, it would change stroke. It would change. The problem with the silo, of course, is, that you probably need to have more meetings like this. If you ask me, you need to have more people. We need to have the neurointerventionists to have the voice. The neurosurgeons have their voice in stroke, because stroke is not a neurologist's domain. I mean, yes, we think, like everyone thinks it's their domain. So if you go to a neurointerventionist meeting, they would say that it's a neurointerventionist domain. And I'll tell you, in the neurocritical care meeting, it was the anesthetist. So I asked a guy, what do you do? So that guy said, I'm an anesthetist. I'm a neuroanesthetist. And now I've become a neurointensivist. So I think passion drives everything. So I would say that if you can recognize 20 guys with passion and bring them in together, probably with the government, sitting across the table, and of course each represent areas of their own passion, and discuss them, sort of not in this. Not in a very public forum, because I think some of things have to be criticized as well as some of things has to be, you have to sort of, tell people you've done well, but you have to tell people where you have not done well as well. So I think, that type of discussion needs to come through. Padma has, of course, given me the, opportunity that, basically what I thought was, what she's trying to say, I can't read it too well, but what she's trying to say is, of course, that the public-private systems also need to come together. Because I think, the private also has a voice. Only problem is that it's not a unified voice. As I said, private doesn't have hierarchy. My colleagues won't like me as a hub and them as a spoke. So I think, some private-public, sort of meeting where you have more interaction. You look at the systems. You don't just look at because, there are the resource infrastructure and awareness. I think these resource infrastructure awareness is something that has a one side. That's not really our issue in a very big way. But yes, we can influence people. I want to influence Maharashtra with the 108. I saw the Madras guys do a fantastic job. So if you ask me, what am I going to take back? I'm going to try and implement that in Maharashtra. I have a 108 meeting on Saturday, to find out how the 108 in Maharashtra is working. So I think, maybe just carry these little points through, in your agenda. And maybe highlight these points. If the media can help us, and there's one thing that I always feel the media can help us in is to really highlight the system failure, not just the failure of resources or infrastructure. And I'm sometimes ashamed of the fact that in hospitals they can be big failures. So it's not. I can't clean the whole world outside. Is my thought ultimately, but I can try and clean my home. So I think if the media can help us with cleaning the home, in a better way. Maybe say, why are more hospitals not doing ENLS? Why are more 108 ambulances not having the app which you have set up in Chennai or in Madras? And why do the 108 not have the same empowerment? Why is the telestroke model not implemented outside Himachal Pradesh, or say outside, why is it that we suffer? I think these are more sort of questions which need to be answered. Yes, so we have to close. I understand that absolutely, because I'm passionate, so I may go on, and half the guys would be sleeping. So, but thank you, and thank you for being a part. I think it's basically I like this conference. On one end, it opened my eyes to what the Chennai guys are doing, what the Himachal Pradesh guys are doing, and something that I could do in my own home. Thank you very much.
I would now like to request Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO IHW Council, to please come on stage and give the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe we had a wonderful day today, and the galaxy of speakers who brought all kind of perspectives towards improving the stroke care, the role of media, role of regulatory, role of government, role of public, role of doctors, hospitals, was all very well highlighted today. And most of what I wanted to incorporate in my vote of thanks has already been mentioned by Dr. Hastak, that what should be the takeaway. And again, I would reiterate that from this summit, more than what neurologists can take away from here, I believe important takeaway for us and for the whole general public and the media is that there is a dire need of improving the awareness about stroke, that more and more people can diagnose it at at a very, very initial stage, maybe within minutes it happen. And I believe that this fast diagnostic system or symptoms understanding, if this can be amplified further by media all across, the purpose of this summit would be met. And with this word, I would not take much time from you, and you're all tired from the whole day. Thank you so much again for being part of this wonderful gathering, and we look forward to keep promoting issues such as this, which help improving the health of everyone. I would also like to thank about all our partners in this, Boehringer Ingelheim, the company which helped in putting together some of this discourses. Also World Stroke Organization, Dr. Jairaj Pandian has been kind to support and endorse this program. Indian Stroke Association, Dr. M.V. Padma, who has been the guiding light in terms of putting this whole conversation together. So thank you all of them. Some of them have left, so we will send our thanks personally to them. So thank you again. Thank you.